Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Hello, Tanya. Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I can see you and I can hear you clearly.
Thank you so much. Thank you, my baby.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, it's Ms. Peters here. Can you please rename my gadget and include my party acronym, ANC?
We are busy with that, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sana, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you loud and clear, Mario.
Loud and clear.
Sana, can you hear me?
I can. Thanks, Mario.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. We can hear you clearly.
Thank you.
Am I audible? Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can hear you clearly, sir.
Recording in progress.
Madam Speaker.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable Zwane, are you here? Honorable Zwane. Yes, Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not Honorable Zwane. My name is Pemi Majodina, the Chief Whip. Honorable Zwane was here yesterday, knowing very well that he was supposed to be here in this house today for the reprimand. I cannot account on his whereabouts when he's not here in the house. I suggest that Speaker find accordingly and act accordingly with all powers vested in you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Order, honorable members. Honorable members. He can't be on the virtual platform. He knows he should have been here. Honorable members, just to remind all of us that Honorable Zwane should have presented himself to the National Assembly in May, I think, if I'm not making a mistake. And Honorable Zwane decided to stay away from Parliament without an apology and without informing the Chief Whip of the majority party. Today should have offered an opportunity for us to reprimand Honorable Zwane on the basis of a recommendation which came from the Committee on Ethics. Now he is not here. I am deeply disappointed because Honorable Zwane was here yesterday. I saw him, he was sitting next to the honorable member who is dressed in yellow right next to the door there. And at some point, because I was watching him, because I wanted to remind him that today he is supposed to present himself here. At some point he left the house and at some point he did come back. Today he is not here. So honorable members, I just thought that I should provide that kind of clarity to all of you, because sometimes when decisions are taken, people take it that you are being personal, you are on a witch hunt. It is not a witch hunt, it will not be personal. The Speaker will then apply her mind, assisted by the legal team of Parliament, on what the appropriate penalties will be for Honorable Zwane. I thank you, honorable members, for your time. I'm sorry that this had to happen, but I am deeply, deeply disappointed by Honorable Zwane. This is disrespect to the House. Thank you, honorable members. Now, We proceed then to the business of today's order paper, which is questions addressed to ministers in Cluster 2 Social Services.
Do we have any? Honorable members, order. The first question today, which is question number 411, is asked by the Honorable Mashabela to the Minister of Social Development. The Honorable, the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. It's good to be back in the House today. As we are all aware, the ECD function was moved to basic education. However, that does not remove us from some responsibilities that have to be done by our department. And therefore, in answering the question prior to the handover of the ECD function to the Department of Basic Education, my department developed an ECD upscaling and funding strategy that is inclusive of the needs of children with special needs. This has been part of the handover package to the Department of Basic Education for their consideration. The Department of Basic Education also developed the National Curriculum Framework for children from birth to 4 and ensured that it has a strong inclusivity focus. More recently, the Department of Basic Education has been developing guidelines to strengthen the implementation of the National Curriculum Framework for children from birth to 4. And these guidelines include on how to enable inclusive approaches to ECD programs, to further support ECD practitioners with the implementation of the NSF. The Department of Basic Education is developing daily activity plans with integrated learning and teaching support materials. This also includes a focus on ensuring an inclusive resource kit. The DB is also developing a module on inclusive teaching practices to include the Placer online training of ECD practitioners. The Department of Basic Education is also working on updating the screening, identification, assessment, and support policy to include children from birth to 4 years. The DBE has also partnered with the University of Johannesburg, which we encourage very much, and hopefully other universities can also take this up, to develop a screening tool for ECD practitioners to enable early identification. Building on this, the DBE is also engaging with Department of Health to ensure referral system and support teams are being established. A working session has been held to develop standard operating procedures for the establishment of school-based support team and district-based support teams. Finally, Chairperson, the DBE has also contracted Uhambo to conduct capacity building for ECD practitioners and parents. They also have been holding dialogues and training sessions in the Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, KwaZulu, and Western Cape. To date, 8,337 ECD practitioners have been trained on the implementation of the policy on screening, identification, assessment, and support to ensure that all learners, including learners with disabilities, are supported. Regarding access to formal learning programs, 4,381 are benefiting from the learning program for learners with profound intellectual disabilities. And Chairperson, it is at this point that I, as a Minister of Social Development, also call on parents to recognize and realize quite early when their children have such challenges and make sure that they are attended to, so that they are not only attended to at school, but they are also attended to at home. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Mashavela. Oh, Honorable Harris.
Thank you, Speaker. I will take the question on behalf of Honorable Masavela. This question is a very touchy question for me because I have a child that's in cerebral palsy. She's 5 years old. And I know the struggle that I have because currently there's no single ECD in the country, and you have answered it, Minister of Education, that accommodates these children. I want to pose the question by government's own estimation. There are about 400,000 to 600,000 children with disabilities who are not going to school. This includes children who ought to be in ECD centers, but are unable to because these centers are not equipped. Centers are not equipped with dealing with children with disabilities. While planning more comprehensive approach to including children with disabilities, is the department doing anything to ensure that those who have been excluded in the past are provided with opportunities for schooling at the moment? And if so, what are the specific details?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Aries. I do appreciate and understand where you come from when it comes to these issues. And I know as a matter of fact that there are centers, but I can say to you, the centers are not necessarily as equipped as much as they are supposed to. And that is why, as a Department of Social Development, together with the Department of Basic Education, we have to do a check. We have to have a checklist. Where exactly are these schools and how are these schools equipped? But I'm sure that the Minister of Basic Education can also answer better from a point of view of what is practically there. I can tell you from my own personal experience that moving around at the time before it went to the Department of Basic Education, I was not happy because the National Development Agency was one of those agencies that was doing a lot of work with regard to equipping these ECDs. I think as a way forward, the government does have to develop a comprehensive, and comprehensive is about ensuring that we learn from others with best practices, what needs to be done. All I can say to you, it's not yet adequate. And what I can say to you, I'm hoping that my department and the Department of Basic Education can continue to work together, because the President has been very clear to me that the fact that it's been handed over to ECDs have been handed over to basic education does not remove the responsibility from ourselves as social development. I'm sure the Minister of Basic Education can give a broader answer. I thank you.
Thank you. Manganye. The Honorable Manganye. Ma'am. You are the next to make a follow-up question, Ma'am J. Oh.
Okay.
Ntate, o ska tshegata. Don't. Okay, so give me chance. No, I'm not going to take your nonsense. Thank you very much, Chair. What measures is the department instituting to ensure the NFPAS system is efficient in the upcoming academic year? And what alternative mechanism exists to intervene in circumstances of challenges by the service providers? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable the Minister.
Chairperson, yes, we are one government. Yes, we are supposed to know what's happening everywhere, but unfortunately, this is not my question because it's a question of NSFAS. And I don't think it would be proper for me to answer, even if I know some things. I'm not an expert.
Okay.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I would assist. I didn't hear well what the question was saying. I couldn't hear it. I would have assisted even before you stood up, Minister. My apologies. Can we, Honorable Member, can you assist us? I saw you standing. Yes. Oh, you went above stock.
Yeah, no.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Let's redo it, Ma'am Mangani. I think there was a confusion. Don't worry about it. We will solve it. That's why I'm now asking for a follow-up. And your name was put on this question, but I will now take it to the Honorable Stock to proceed with it for social development. Okay. And at the same time, can I ask the whips to assist us on the process going forward? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Thank you very much, Minister, for your response as well. Identifying autism and other disabilities can occur when children have grown beyond the ECD phase. So I would like to find out from the Honorable Minister, what measures or mechanisms does the department have to assess the abilities of the children at the level of the early childhood development, and also at the lower primary to ensure the adequate interventions that the department are actually doing from time to time. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. I think let's start from the point of view that the ECDs have now been moved to basic education. And that being the case, that not remove us as a Department of Social Development, as well as the Department of Health, being able to ensure that we put systems in place. And I think in the South African context, we have people who are privileged enough to be able to make sure that when their children are born, they get the necessary attention and the checks and the balances and all. But many of our children at that level leave hospital without full appreciation and understanding of some of the challenges that might be faced by parents thereafter. And therefore, I am of the view that what remains of us as a Department of Social Development, working together with the Department of Health, we have to be able to assist in developing systems that can be able to assist as the children go to your clinics from the time that they are born. And what is checked out at the clinics must not be what is normally checked out. And many of our parents do not even have enough knowledge as to other things that need to be checked to avoid a situation where you only discover when the child has gone to ECD that there are these problems. And I'm sure that the Minister of, I keep sending it to where it belongs, the Minister of Basic Education will also be able to cover specifically maybe the systems, but from where I stand and the experience, the little experience I have in the department, remember that I got into the Department of Social Development, and by then already the decision to take ECDs to the Department of Basic Education was there, and we made sure that that is done. However, I do think it's not enough that our clinics, our hospitals do not have sometimes the systems of checking some of the weaknesses or some of the challenges that can be faced by parents as their children begin to be exposed to early childhood development. I thank you.
Thank you. Good
afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair. I will be taking the question on behalf of Reverend Meshwe.
Proceed, Honorable Sukers.
Honorable Minister, it is unclear which ministry should be dealing with this question following the function shift. The DBE currently struggles to provide children with disabilities, never mind neurodiverse learners in basic education with a quality education. The inclusion of the ECD will only increase this burden. Which department is registering ECDs? Is note being taken of ECDs specializing in special needs, and can the minister follow up and provide the House with an indication of how many ECDs have been registered? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As the member is very much aware that the functions in totality were handed over to the Department of Basic Education. And again, as I said, we are one government. If there's certain things that I will need to answer from the Department of Social Development, I will do that, as the member is also indicating that can I give them the data. The Minister of Basic Education is here. However, if the member wants me to follow up and get the necessary information, I'll be too happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope she understands that numbers, you can't just suck them. You have to be sure with a question. Thank you. The last follow-up on this question will come from Honorable Abrahams.
Thank you, House Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. On Sunday, Carte Blanche aired an extremely disturbing story of child abuse and human rights violation with regards to children with disabilities at the Kwiza Lokusa Special Needs School in the Eastern Cape. It's not the first time this story has been highlighted and brought to the attention of government. DSD is still responsible for child welfare and child protection. What preventative interventions exist between DSD and DBE to ensure vulnerable children with disabilities are not being abused, neglected, abandoned by their caregivers at special needs schools, dormitories, and ECDs, as well as other government facilities, as witnessed in this particular story on Carte Blanche? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I maybe start from a point of legislation and regulations and everything that surrounds the protection of children, and in particular, the protection of children, the Child Protection Act. But it's one thing to have legislation, it is one thing to have regulations, it's another to make sure that from the family, from the homes that are even supported by the Department of Social Development, we have systems that enable the reporting on such incidences. And I think that as a Department of Social Development, from a legislative point of view, we have covered, according to the constitutional provisions, we have covered that. But I must say it's not adequate, and I feel that families need to be empowered enough to know where are they supposed to go to when such incidences happen. And I think there's still a weakness from that point of view of the reporting of such incidences. But when such incidences are reported, we are very clear that action must be taken. But it's not just about action, it is also about supporting some of these families, because it's not to say that those things happen because families want to just make it happen, but there are conditions and certain circumstances that end up leading such abuses happening. So all I can say is we need to try and strengthen our community support so that such reporting can be done and be done on time. We do have centers as the Department of Social Development across the country in districts, but they are not adequate either to make sure that we support our people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question is the question 372, asked by the Honorable Mkhatshwa to the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. I'm told that the Minister is on the virtual platform. But if he fails to come due to other reasons like load shedding, the Deputy Minister will be here to assist. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. And thanks to the Honorable Member for the question. I would just like to start by saying that NSFAS does indeed account for the work that it does. Firstly, NSFAS is often before the Portfolio Committee, including this morning, and that session is just finished now, shortly before this, to account for the work that it actually does. But also, NSFAS does account to me as Minister via its board. In fact, I met with them 3 weeks ago and raised all the issues that are concerns from our side as the department, as well as from other stakeholders to actually address all those. And they're supposed to come back to me this week. And also, I did need to point out that much as there are glitches here and there, but the NSFAS disbursement system is functional. Millions, hundreds of thousands of NSFAS students, both in universities and colleges, are getting their monies, whether it's payment of tuition fees or it is giving the necessary allowances. Nevertheless, I met with the board because I was picking up quite a number of challenges, because our approach and instruction to NSFAS is that it must respond timeously to each and every query, and that allowances for all the students must be paid on time. That is why I've directed the board to give me a turnaround strategy by the end of this week to address the issues of some snags in the payment of allowances. Also, 3 weeks ago, I had a meeting with both the universities, South Africa, which represents the vice chancellors of our universities, together with NSFAS and myself and my departmental officials, to iron out whatever challenges are there, including the perennial problem of quick and exchange of data between institutions and NSFAS. I have also, my department has also facilitated an engagement between NSFAS and National Treasury to engage on NSFAS ICT strategy and needs, which is in the process of being reviewed. And also NSFAS has been advised about monthly meetings with the department that must take place to ensure regular reporting and monitoring of the execution of the Auditor General's recommendation. I want to say in ending, Honorable House Chair, the glitches must not then become a means to say NSFAS is dysfunctional. We continue to graduate no less than 200 NSFAS graduates each year, and NSFAS continues to pay its allowances to hundreds of thousands of students. And this year we have reached 1 million students who are being funded by NSFAS in both our universities and colleges. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Mkasho.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you very much to the Honorable Minister. House Chair, NSFAS is a quintessential tool to ensuring that young people in this country have access to education, which can improve the livelihoods of the communities and the families that they come from. Therefore, these snags that hinder the timeless distribution of allowances that lead to students who should be funded being defunded, that lead to a delay in us accrediting accommodation on time that young people should have access to, so that they are not left to be loitering in the streets, really affect the impact that NSFAS is having on our education system. Therefore, what are we going to do to ensure that in the academic year 2024, we don't have these similar snags in the sector? Thank you so much, House Chair.
Thank you. Before you respond, Minister, Honorable Bilankulu and all others on the virtual platform, please mute your gadgets. We are being disturbed. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Just very quickly, let me also just start by clarifying this concept of defunding. There are no students who are being defunded, strictly speaking, because defunding means students who deserve to be given money get given money and that money gets withdrawn. That would be defunding. What is happening is that NSFAS is consistently checking whether those who have been allocated money are eligible for it. So in the process, we identify students, even middle-class parents, who are defrauding the system. And when we discover that, we don't defund with them as beneficiaries. So I need to clarify that. And we are not going to stop doing that because there's corruption to actually access NSFAS when we actually do not deserve to be. And we are looking at the issue of the missing middle for next year, those who do not qualify for NSFAS, but also do not find it easy to actually pay. Also, NSFAS has got an appeals system, which we are appealing to students to actually use it. If you feel you have been unjustly removed from students who are eligible, you have a chance to actually appeal. And NSFAS has committed that their turnaround time to appeals has greatly improved in order to address students who may have been wrongly removed from those who actually are benefiting. Lastly, and most importantly, we are part of asking NSFAS board to give us a turnaround strategy. It's not only just to deal with matters now, but to ensure that in the new academic year, we are actually ready to be able to deal with all the problems. As I say, NSFAS, I meet with the board. I also engage the chairperson regularly. We have also agreed that NSFAS is going to be attending the monthly meetings of the vice chancellors and also attend the meetings of the college principals on a monthly basis between now and for the longest of times to actually come, so that we ensure that nothing happens to actually endanger the start of the academic year. And our focus also, I dare say,
unfortunately,
is not only at the start.
I gave you extra time, Minister. Let's
Thank you.
observe
That's
the
fine.
rules. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that, Chair.
Thank you. The next follow-up, Honorable Zondo.
Thanks, Chair. I'm really, really disappointed on the response of the minister because at the morning we had a meeting with NSFAS, and what is responding about contradict what the NSFAS said to us as the committee. But I'm just asking this question for the sake of asking it now, because one, as the committee, we've satisfied ourselves with the NSFAS and they've admitted to some things that they've done, which are wrong, and they promise us to keep up and do some things to make sure that they come to party in terms of student crisis. But I want to ask the minister, on the issue of the 4 service providers that provide allowances to the students, the report shows that there was some fraud.
Your time is up. I want you to ask the question.
I'm asking the question.
Honorable member, I want to refer you to the rules. You have 1 minute. So, but I allow you to ask your question now.
Thanks, Chair. What is it the department is doing in terms of accountability from the NSFAS side? As I'm saying that the 4 service providers that are providing allowances, before they were given.
I don't at least story in that. As funny story, we will see.
It's not a story, Chair. Can you give me just
No.
5
This
seconds?
is not a debate. I'm sorry, I've given you enough time. I think the minister will be able to respond. The Honorable, the minister.
Thank you very much.
Sengiyabona ukuthi vele uMinister ungene kule nto.
No.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Angazi ukuthi uMthiyane uthi ngene kuphi. I also want to challenge you, Mthiyane. What is it that NSFAS said which contradicts what I've said? Did they say to you they don't account? Because that's what I've said now. Did they say to you that there are no challenges, which is what I've said, that there are challenges? And the point I was making is that the challenges and the glitches we have must not distract from the system. The problem, Honorable House Chair, with the opposition in particular, they are attacking NSFAS because they know this is one of the single biggest achievement of the ANC government, funding students from poor families. So they're trying by all means to actually discredit NSFAS. Nobody said that NSFAS doesn't have problems. I told you that I met with the board of NSFAS. I said to them, I want a report by the end of the month. They requested that they're actually going to come back to me this time. From that report, I want to know where the problems are. If problems are being picked up, and NSFAS must have told you also that they are investigating. And also don't come here and think that I've not been briefed about the essence of what happened in the committee this morning. If I find anything that is wrong, I will act on it. If the board comes back to me and says, we have found these problems with those who are distributing allowances, and so on, I will then act. I'm actually not going to sit back, but I'm not the NSFAS board. I'm giving NSFAS board the chance because they are the governing structure that is actually running NSFAS. But I won't fold my arms where there are actually problems. So there is nothing that I've said that contradicts what NSFAS said to you this morning. And I'm fully aware, by the way, of what NSFAS and the department said to you this morning. The fact that I was not there does not mean that I do not know.
Thokoza Mhlonishwa. Siyathokoza. Honorable Heron, the time is yours.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you, Minister. Minister, we know that NSFAS is...
Order, members. Yes, please speak.
Thank you, House Chair. We know that NSFAS is for many students the only hope to pursuing higher education. And there are a number of complaints around the inefficiencies of the payment system and the hardship that this causes. Part of the complaints, Minister, is the lack of response to student feedback. Can the Minister advise whether he plans to intervene with NSFAS with reforming its communication system with students, paying special attention to the feedback and complaints that they give in order to match or align with the development of the payment system? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much to Honorable Heron. Honorable Heron, I have said to NSFAS, and we are agreed, I'm sure also they raised this thing in the committee, that they are not responding as fast as I would like them to respond to the problems. Myself, I've been to NSFAS more than once, sat there and answered calls myself, just to get a sense of how the systems are working and so on. There is a lot. We are agreed with NSFAS and with the board. When I met with the board, that there are challenges in terms of communication broadly, as well as timely responses to some of the queries, whether it's appeals or not. And also, we are working, as I have said, with National Treasury to ensure that NSFAS gets additional money. By the way, we have already released 100 million rand for NSFAS to immediately work at improving its own systems, because it has grown now. It's actually huge. So I do admit to this, and NSFAS itself admitted, and that is why I'm saying I'm expecting a response by the end of this week as to how they are dealing with all the problems, including the very same problems we are raising, I've raised with them. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Mansour, Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I'm satisfied with your explanation that you are dealing with the issue of appeals and those that have been rejected. However, I want to take you down another road. Do you not believe that the added pressure that NSFAS finds itself as a result of many applicants, and I know you found what 40,000 fraudulent applications being made. More importantly, without any measures in place to ensure that those that you are funding do actually attend classes, that they do perform, because we have a very high levels of dropout in the country. Whereas on the other hand, we have students that want these assistance and can't get it. So don't you think we should redirect our spending in this field, particularly those that are deserving, that perform well, that want to go to school, but not using the student financially for everything else but education? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I want to say that you are right that there are added pressures on NSFAS because the demand is huge from poor students from poor and working class backgrounds to actually attend to NSFAS. We monitor NSFAS all the time as a department. Myself as a minister, I am in constant interaction with, for instance, the chairperson of the board, as well as interacting with the executive management of NSFAS as and when it is necessary. We are also identifying a very important matter, which is the bigger problem in the colleges, TVET colleges, that some students come at the beginning of the month. It's different now. They get the money through their own cards. They receive the money, they don't attend. That is why we set a maximum and said whoever is benefiting must at least attend 80% of the classes. We are working with the college principals because that's why the problem is bigger, to ensure that we monitor and also that they report. Because some students are using this thing as a typical social grant. You know, they go and receive this money or it comes into their cards, they don't attend. This is not just an ordinary social grant. It's a grant for education. So we are working together. That is why also, as I have said, we've set up the system. NSFAS must interact on a monthly basis with university vice chancellors and college principals so that they are able to identify the problems timeously and be able to act. The other problem, by the way, comes from some of the institutions who also do not give information to NSFAS timely. That is why what I'm working towards, it's a common ICT platform for easy communication between NSFAS and the institutions as well as with the students. I thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The next question is question 369, asked by the Honorable Jafta to the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. And the Honorable Deputy Minister, allowed by Rule 1383, will respond to the questions in the absence of the Minister. Proceed, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. And thank you to the question from the Honorable Jafta. The South African Heritage Resources Agency undertakes the process of assessing the heritage sites for grading and declaration when the entity receives a nomination of the identified sites in terms of the National Heritage Resources Act, number 25 of 1999. When the entity receives this nomination, the process would be to identify the relevant institution or department in Lesotho with whom SARA will engage with and work together with identified stakeholders towards identification of the site, assessment of the submitted nomination dossier, and proposed declaration after successful public consultation processes. It is important, Chair, to note that where sites of South African heritage significance are in other countries, the laws of that country would apply in recognizing such a site as a site of heritage significance. Our heritage legislation, the National Heritage Resources Act number 25 of 1999, Section 56, does also make provision for SARA to cooperate with heritage bodies outside of South Africa for protection of South African heritage resources identified in other countries. And the clause there would be clause 1, which reads, a heritage resources authority may assist and cooperate with heritage bodies outside of the Republic. The second clause would read thus, if agreed upon between the government of South Africa and the government of any other state, SARA has power, with the concurrence of the minister, to perform in that state any functions which a heritage resources authority would be capable of performing in South Africa in terms of this act. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Jafta.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first apologize for not being physically in the House, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, it is a common cause that the declaration of the Maluti-Kashasnek Road as a nodal point will have to be followed by the maintenance and upgrading of this road, including the Maluti Road, through a collaborative effort between the Ministries of Transport and Public Works. In this regard, does the Minister intend to have discussions with these ministers to see this project come into fruition? Or he now sees no historical significance of the road since the ANC is now in power? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you very much to Honorable Jafta. As Honorable Jafta knows, there is always cooperation between departments and government. We always agree and understand that it is important that this government must always make sure that between departments, between layers of government, there must always be cooperation. But the question that Honorable Jafta is not understanding is that the Kasha's neck, there is no submission that has been made to SARA to declare it. Once that submission has been made, and therefore the process of making sure that the roads and everything else that he actually mentions, which would be part of the entire project, can be discussed at that particular time. At this point in time, there is no submission that is asking for Kasha's Neck to be declared a heritage site. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next follow-up will come from the Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, transformation of the heritage landscape is a critical aspect of memory and for nation building. What liberation struggle related and other memorial projects will be undertaken to conserve and preserve our history? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adams. The department is finalizing initial consultations on a third draft of a guiding policy on national heritage legacy projects to deepen the transformation of the heritage landscape as a critical element of memory and nation building. The legacy program encompassing the resistance and liberation route project is one of those programs that have a profound transformation agenda to restore the dignity and pride of our forebears. The department will continue to build statues, monuments, memorials, and museums to preserve legacy and pay homage to people, events, episodes, phenomena, and epochs that shaped the South African society over centuries, over decades and years, including our liberation struggle heritage, as part of developing the resistance and liberation heritage route. The DISAC is conducting a study about the South African gallows, for instance, and it is our wish that this research will be used by our museums to develop content for exhibitions and to educate the South Africans about this forgotten, disturbing past. Statues The department plans to unveil and install as iconographic symbols in public spaces to continue to transform the heritage landscape, for instance, includes the Nkosi Bambata in Greytown, King Tsekwayo statue in KwaZulu-Natal, Achigumede statue at the eThekwini City Hall, and Mamu Charlotte Maxake statue at the Union Buildings, Mamu Adelaide Tambo bust at Mbizana, a memorial of Chief Charlie, the visionary leader who donated land to James Stewart to build the University of Fort Hare. The DISAC is leading the African continent in advocating and pushing for organizations such as UNESCO to recognize and identify more sites. It is important to remember that with working with correctional services, Kroonstad, for instance, there is a female prison there that we are working to make sure that Mukaka local municipality must consider renaming some of those streets leading to the prison after the women's stalwarts. The DISAC is finalizing the preservation.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next is Honorable Joseph.
Thank you, Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister. The families of Mkhonto Sizwe and many other ANC supporters who were part of the liberation movement are in disbelief of what this once liberation movement, the ANC, has done to this country. There is a big difference between liberation movement and governing a country. Are there any discussions or agreements between South Africa and Lesotho on Kwacha's Neck region where the political battles took place? And what research has been done or is available to promote and enhance peace in the region in the interest of cultural and political significance? Who is responsible for the submission to SARA as you refer to, Minister, Deputy Minister? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The submission, Honorable Joseph, can be done by any interested people. It can be done by individuals. It can be done by organizations. It can be done by NGOs. It can be done by municipalities. It can be done by anybody to the South African Heritage Resources Agency. And once that submission is then submitted, the process would kick in, where then there would also be, from us as the department, having worked with SARA, we then conduct the Lesotho government, because Kwacha's Neck is not only on our side, is also on the Lesotho government. And then, as I have already explained, that the National Heritage Resources Act number 25 of 1999, Section 56, allows SARA to cooperate with heritage bodies outside of South Africa for protection of South African heritage resources identified in other countries. So once a submission is made, then that process would actually kick in. The problem we have right now, there is no submission of that kind that has been done. Therefore, there is no discussion with Lesotho on this issue because there has not been any submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Honorable Mthethwa.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, since the advent of democracy, you have been naming streets and buildings after ANC and MK struggle heroes in view of preserving our heritage, which is a correct thing to do after apartheid. But when are we going to start seeing preservation of our history? That includes struggle heroes such as Mzwakhe Mbuli, an artist and a struggle hero. James Mange, an ANC artist, was on death row. Maponya, a successful businessman against all odds of apartheid. Jomo Sono, an equivalence of the Pele Brazils of this world. PAC and APLA heroes, equivalent of ANC and MK. Why has government not joined the fight to preserve struggle songs such as Dubuli Bunu in the quest of documenting our struggle? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister. Order, members. We want to hear the response.
Thank you very much, House Chair. And thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa, for the question. We understand, Honorable Mtetwa, that you are still very new, and the processes in Parliament and the legislations will take a time for you to understand how they work. But let me explain one thing. In the issue of geographical names, no one wakes up from the ANC and decides. The majority of the people of South Africa, who are the members of the African National Congress, are the ones that does submissions to the province. And then the provinces, after they have then done the shortlisting, they then work with the national geographic names using the legislation. Government, myself as the deputy minister and the minister, we don't do the naming. The people of South Africa decide who are their heroes. And therefore, having understood who are the people that fought for freedom in this country, which are mainly members of the African National Congress, submissions then are made by the members of the public. And that process takes place. I'm sure as time goes on, Honorable Mtetwa, you would understand that as the EFF grows, it will start to have a membership that will then understand that they must do the submissions. And then once those submissions are made, and then we will process them. Otherwise, we don't take that decision on behalf of the citizens of this country. Those that you are naming, like Mzwakhe Mbule and others, nobody disputes that they might have done something for this country, but the people of South Africa must do the submission, including you, Honorable Mtetwa. You can do that submission if you feel that Mzwakhe, Dubuli Bulu, and any other person must be recognized. Do the submission and allow the process to go on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, all the honorable members. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Mtetwa, just mute before you forget. Mute your gadget. Let's proceed to question number 373, asked to the Minister of Human Settlement by the Honorable Dr. Mkhize. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Let me appreciate this question. Just to indicate, in 2021, we took a decision as a sector to be able to do and to unblock projects. This was to be done in 3 financial years. Out of that, it was decided that on those 3 financial years, we'll start with last financial year, which we targeted 192 blocked projects that would be supported in the financial year 2022-2023. And when we monitored out of the 192 in the 2022-2023, we realized that 103 were activated and the implementation is ongoing. Remaining of those is 89 projects which were carried over for the financial year 2022-2023. In the 2023-24, we've identified 619 projects, and in the remaining we'll do 299. Overall, it's 3,445 projects that have been blocked. The reason or what we have seen in terms of the diagnostic work that we have done, why we have projects that are blocked, it's various reasons. One, performance of contractors, which is poor. In other cases, abandoned sites, lack of bulk infrastructure and linked services, illegal land occupation, geotech variations, construction mafias, and community unrest. So we committed to continue to unblock these projects in understanding that communities are looking for services, and this work is underway, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Babu Mpumza, asazi ukuthi use workshop or kuphi mara sifuna ukwazi. Vala. Babu Mpumza vala. Oh, Nkosi. IT khiphani Babu Mpumza. Success, yakezwa. Workshop. Okay. We proceed now with the Honorable Malimacha taking charge of the question as posed by Dr. Mkize, allowed by Rule 13710A. Thank you.
Thanks, House Chair. Dumela Minister. Khao ya mantlo le phano ya mantlo ke tšeo batho ba di lebeletšego ka leihlo la ntšhotšho. Bothata e ba ya dintlo le awa le sa fele. Maitemogelo ya hao le tšhomo ya hao ka re ya lefapha ke se re se thabela o bile se re tshepisa gore o ka re dilo tla ba le phetogo. Ebe ke mokgwa ofeo minister o ka ona re tla bona ntlo e aiwa ya thomiwa ya fetša nda o hema o na le gore e thomiwe e fetše e eme e fetše batho pele. Thank you.
Ra leboga.
Ke leboge modulasetulo, ke leboge motlhomphegi Malimacha. Se re se tlhalosago ke gore ha re lebeletse tše e le goreng re di diago ka gara lefapha la go dula ga batho ga botse, ke gore go tloga kgale ne go ile le mathata gore a gona kgontšišišo ya gore bao e le goreng ba ebile ba fiwa mosebetsi wa gore ba bereke ba dia mmereko ka go tshwanela. Se seng gape re ile ra se bona ke gore di-quantum tša rena ne di sa increasiwe ngwaga le ngwaga. Re ile ra tšea boikemišetšo ba gore ngwaga le ngwaga re tla fetola di-quantum tša rena re di oketše gore ba borakontraka ba tle ba kgone go bereka, ba tle ba se ka sala ba ile gore ba fetša mmereko. Ka mo re tlhalositšeng ka gona gape ke gore ba ile gore ba fitlha ba ile gore ba tloša batho meberekong ba kgopela ba re ba bitšang gore ke di-construction mafia. Re ile ra kgopela gore ba ba dirago ka botša botlhogotsebe ba fitlhele ba re tshireletse le ba ile gore ba bereka ba dikontraka gore batho ba borena ba tle ba kgone go fetša dikontraka tšeo le ba ile gore ba emetše matlo a bona gore mmušo o tlo ba thuše o tlo kgone go ba thuša. Ke ka mo e le gore re bereka ka kgonthišišo gore tatelo e re beilego ya mengwaga e meraro e tle kgone go tšwela pele re tle re iphetiše. Ke a leboga.
Go leboga rena. Honorable Mpiti, sebaka ke sa gago. Doctor,
Since Chair, yes, thank you. I'll take the question.
Proceed.
Thanks. Honorable Minister, taking into consideration that there are instances when the housing projects have been blocked, as you rightfully said, as a result of construction mafias. And in some known cases, ANC cadres often conspire and cut deals with these construction mafias. What has the minister done what has the minister done to date to ensure an end to construction mafias across the country, to ensure that recipients of those particular projects' rights to shelter do not continuously get trampled on? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson and Honorable Member. My responsibility as the Minister of Human Settlement does not involve law enforcement. So law enforcement agencies will be better off to answer. We have requested their support so that they can ensure that those who are in construction are able to start and finish their projects. We have requested to the law enforcement agencies to protect contractors, especially female contractors. In the issue where you are talking about politicians, I have no record in my case to say this one specifically has been convicted for being involved in construction mafias, except for one, which is in the Western Cape that is currently going through court case as the former MMC for human settlements. Thank you.
Thank you. The next follow-up will come from the Honorable Makesini. Bakuhluphelani kanti?
Honorable House Chairperson, I'll take the question on behalf of Honorable Makesini.
Thank you. Proceed.
Has the minister conducted any investigations into the reasons these projects were blocked in the first place? If so, what were the reasons and what actions has been taken against those responsible for the blockages? Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As I said, A diagnostic report has been produced that gave us various reasons why the projects were blocked. Some constructors would leave site, for example, because the projects became unviable. That's why we took the decision to increase quantums every year. When I arrived in the portfolio in 2021, the quantums had not been increased since 2015. So each year contractors found it difficult to survive because of inflation increases. Number two is the issue that I reflected on in terms of construction mafias who go in. You find contractors running away, and that's why we've asked them to assist. Some what they have done is to increase in terms of their operational cost to be able to put security as part of their project plan and operations, and that has been factored in. The last point, as I said, it's the issues where you have non-performing contractors. Unfortunately, what is difficult in terms of blacklisting, we've tried to blacklist, all you can do is terminate in terms of contractors, because the process of blacklisting with National Treasury becomes difficult. You can terminate here, you try to blacklist, for example, we tried with one service provider in Limpopo, you found that in the process within the Treasury, because they are responsible for the central database, they are actually delaying and they say they need some court order. So it's what we do not have as a resource in the department. So what we do with those contractors, we simply terminate and do not want to appoint them within our portfolio. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last on this question on follow-ups is the Honorable Mabutelezi. Ngithe Mabutelezi, angathi Nkosi Butelezi.
Yes, what was the name?
No, you can.
Honorable Chair, I was actually realizing because it seems as if she's not connected. That's why I wanted to take the question.
She's online, she can speak. Honorable Butelezi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, what measures have you put in place to ensure that the construction of permanent housing units in KwaZulu-Natal will begin on the 30th?
Mabutelezi imakancane. Man, asimuzwa kani kwenze njani?
Ayibo. But I've unmuted. Hello? Am I audible?
Honorable Butelezi imakancane. Uminister fanele uzozwa njani bakithi ngiyanibawa. Akenthule. Proceed, ma. Proceed, Honorable Butelezi. You can restart your question, please. Honorable Butelezi.
Am I audible, Chairperson?
Yes, you may restart your question because there was a lot of noise.
Okay.
Thulani ke.
IFP, where's the website of IFP, man?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, considering that there were 13 land parcels that had been identified and surveyed to ensure suitability for building, what contingencies are in place for areas that did not meet the sufficient survey criteria for building, as a decrease in the number of houses would not be favorable, considering that flood victims have already been left in temporary housing units for far too long? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Ukwilema. Oh, wow.
Chairperson, actually, I think the honorable member thinks that.
No, order, members, please, order. Proceed, Minister.
Yeah, I think the honorable member has confused. The question that has to do with the floods is question 380. I've not yet arrived at it. So once I respond, I will take the follow-up on it.
Where's the webs of IFP?
Are you losing
IFP
the slot?
is
I'm very
confused.
generous. Please proceed for this question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for kindness. Honorable Minister, in your answer, you made it very clear that you really understand what are the cause for these blockages.
and we have spoken to a number of interventions that needs to be collaborated in order to deal with this matter. Since then, this is not a recent problem. Can you admit that this is a failure of government to deal with this issue? Because if you cite the fact that some of these things need, of the challenges need law enforcement agencies, the fact that there is no clear explanation in terms of your response that speaks to different departments coming together to deal with this problem, I think as for me, means that your government has failed. Can you admit to that?
Honorable Minister.
Ithi ngichaze kahle ngesizulu. Mase sikhuluma ukuthi uhulumeni ufailile kubalula ukuthi akukho okusekwenziwe. Mase sibheka lokhu kwasemnyango okuhlala kahle kwabantu. Sesakha izindlu more than 3 million. Lokho akusho ukuthi uhulumeni uhlulekile. Kwesibili, mase sikhuluma ngoyinkampani esazi abo osomashishini abasebancane elukuthi lo hulumeni uye wabachaza. Asisho ukuthi uhulumeni uhlulekile. Namhlanje lo mnyango okuhlala kahle kwabantu unikeza almost 11 billion kubantu besifazane ukuthi babe neqhaza abalidlalayo kulo mnyango babe ono contract. Only ANC government ekwenzayo lokho akukona ukuhluleka. Abanye bayabheka ithina sicela nje bafunde lakithi ukuthi kwenzwa njani. Igebengu ziba khona yonke indawo. Fanele sisebenzisane ngoba ezinye igebengu zibuya emakhaya wakithi akuzona ezibuya kwaHulumeni azibona ezibuya kwaKhongolose. Mase sibheka kwaZulu Natal nala kuphethe khona inkatha khona siyayithola le igebengu fanele ngithi zibuya kunkatha lutho. Igebengu ezikhona kumphakathi uhulumeni wonke fanele abambisane adile nale igebengu. Ngiyabonga mhlonishwa.
Siyabonga. Okay. We are done with that question. We are now on question 374, asked by Honorable Peterson to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. And by authority of the Minister, the Deputy Minister will take charge of the questions today. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister.
I thought we'll say Chabalala JT. Thank you so much, House Chair. Let me thank the question. Firstly, the Department of Water and Sanitation really undertakes studies over different planning horizons to really drive interventions that are really implemented for ensuring water security for the country. And the interventions are constructions of new dams. You would have seen in the country, we've been constructing new dams, reduction of demand by implementing the water conservation and demand management, the development of exploitation of groundwater sources, investment, desalination, and maintenance, refurbishment of infrastructure, and also the department through its RBIC funding and WISIC funding, we've really been assisting municipalities for them to be able to provide water and sanitation services by building bulk infrastructure projects, refurbishment, and currently infrastructure that will also assist in the improvement and continuous supply of water and sanitation services. The Water and Sanitation has also established what we call Water Partnership Office that in collaboration with the Development Bank of South Africa to really ensure, and also with the SALGA to ensure that indeed the supporting of the municipality with financial structuring, feasibility studies, contracting with the private sector to really harness private sector skills and commercial blended financing of the public-private partnerships, water and sanitation services. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. My follow-up question will be, which communities with water challenges will be addressed to ensure a consistent supply of water to households in the current financial year? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much for the question, Honorable Peterson. You will also acknowledge that we do have many communities insofar as provinces are concerned, and that's what we are also doing. We do have municipalities in these instances that we really concentrate on at this point, and I really want to account on the municipalities that are concerned. You would have the Gauteng metros that we're also dealing with, being the metros within the interventions that the minister has been able to do, the crisis that are affecting Ekurhuleni at this point, City of Johannesburg, Tshwane, Western area, and also projects that are already timelined, and that's what we are doing. We've given budget to those, one of being Vlakfontein reservoirs that we've been able to erect, the Zerpecom, a pump station that we're already assisting to assist really the communities of Gauteng, including the people of Hammanskraal in this instance. At eThekwini Metro as well, we're busy with a ministerial intervention to really deal with purposes of alleviation of sewer, the spillages and water that the people are really facing, and the refurbishment upgrades that we're doing, maintenance of megaliters that we're also harnessing. The city of Tshwane, you would also recognize that we've implemented really the state of emergency on issues of water, coming to that in Hammanskraal, the interventions really for us to ensure that we really intervene in so far as alleviating effluent discharge from Reefeld wastewater treatment plant to ensure that people definitely have we deal with subsequent poor quality of water, and people are able to have potable drinking water. The Mangaung Metro as well, we're intervening and so far as make sure that the people have the supply of water. But you would also appreciate that in many worst performing municipalities, the minister really has ensured that we have improved really plans to ensure that the people have water. What's your problem? Sit down.
Thank you. We proceed now, the Honorable Mo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, across South Africa, from Rustenburg in the northwest to Francis Bar District Municipality in the Northern Cape, the Ugu District Municipality in KZN, literally every municipality in Gauteng and many more, South Africa is facing an impending water crisis that will eclipse even the current stage 6 load shedding. South Africa is a water scarce country with a growing population and an increasingly failed infrastructure expansion program to provide and protect this vital resource. Just today, and to emphasize, just today I've been contacted personally by the residents of Rosettenville, Townsview, The Hill, Oakdean, Eastcliff, Lynmere, La Rochelle, Moffat View, South Hills, Regents Park, Roseacre, Unigrey, Elladoon, Elands Park, Elands Roll, Tulisa Park, Racina, City Deep, and Prolocon. That's just today. So my question, Honorable Minister, is there sufficient urgency being brought to this issue when we are expecting widespread outages coming summer due to the failing infrastructure and insufficient supply? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Honorable
much.
Mo, check your rules, please. I gave you time. You exceeded. 1425.
Thank you
That's
so
the
much.
rule. Thank you,
Thank you so
Honorable
much for the
Deputy.
question. It's quite important. Indeed, we do acknowledge there's a number of challenges across the country that indeed is important for us to intervene with the agency it deserves. And you would have heard when I answered the interventions that we're doing, especially in Johannesburg, where you speak about Rosettenville View that you've raised. And I would want to draw attention, there's a number of interventions that we're making. And I can tell you that, from instance, I'll tell you about Eastern Cape on its own, the Nelson Mandela Bay. We have Nutgat, lower level water supply that we're already dealing with phase, and that is really a project that is taking place and we're implementing by the Amatolo Water. That's one. Would have Mbizana that we're also busy with. Would have Mkumu municipality, Ndlamandle local municipality, Makana local municipality that we're also busy with. When it comes to also Free State, entire country, Maludia Pofong, you would understand and appreciate that municipality is quite ailing, still dilapidated. It's got lots of infrastructural problems, including governance, management, financials, and so forth. We've come together with the Minister of Local Government, Ms. Nkadimeng, to say that we need to have a holistic approach from a SALCA point of view, the need to capacitate these municipalities so that when we bring this RPIC and we seek funding, and this is the interventions that we're doing across the country. Minister has been crisscrossing this country. We've been everywhere in this country, that I can tell you that much. In KZN, we've definitely have been paying attention to that. Western Cape, if I were to tell you the interventions that we've been able to do as well, and including Limpopo, however, that we've been able to accelerate matters coming to one Brede Valley. I don't know if you're aware that we've already increased the Brede Valley Dam Canal to ensure that there's that intervention that we're putting in place, and we're visiting there in November 2022. We've already bring the milestones that we've seen. We've commissioned for February 2023 this year, Drakensberg, George Municipality, other municipalities, City of Cape Town, especially we've directed compliance on issues of spillages that we see, but also to ensure that we develop the accelerated plan to really refurbish and deal with issues of blockages that were really experiences. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Hendricks. Aljama. Jy is die enigste een. So I wanna substitute. It's not online. Okay, we pass. Honorable Thring.
Thank you. Minister, the ACDP via Honorable Sukers recently raised the water crisis faced by residents of Warrenton in the Northern Cape. We have another crisis amongst the many in the country developing in White River and Mpumalanga. And I tried to contact you with regards to this. But for the past few months, the residents of White River have had little to no water, especially in the elevated areas of the town. When water does come out of the taps, it looks like sewer water. Currently, there is no water from the Boshran, Pumlani, Sand River pump stations, allegedly affected by load shedding. And despite promises a year ago by the mayor of Bombela, Councillor Makushe, to fix or install generators at the pump station, this has not been done. Deputy Minister, the lives and livelihoods of the residents of White River are at risk. Will the Deputy Minister commit to interventions which may include MISA to solve the water crisis in White River? If yes, by when? And if not, why not? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There is no excuse whatsoever or any reason not to intervene anywhere where there's issues of water and where people really can't really access water, especially potable water. So I will not have the dates necessarily to say by when we should be able to intervene. However, I can give you the dates in terms of the projects that we've already been dealing with already, that we've commissioned to where we are. But we need to really appreciate that there are a number of areas that, as much as DWS is really responsible to regulate and ensure there is a cleaning water, good potable water, it also responsible to make sure that there is directives that it issues that municipalities are able to provide, especially the water services and municipalities that are providing water to their own municipalities. So at a national level, ours to ensure that what they do, it's of good standards. But we must also, go back to the thinking that we need to create frameworks that are able to really bring about legislative frameworks that are proposing really amendments that will be able to give us as a national department powers to really intervene when municipalities are unable, including even the district level, that are unable to carry out the license regime. For Northern Cape, yes, Honorable Sukas was in contact with me. We've been in constant contact. Even yesterday, we spoke about this. There are interventions that we are doing. I'll be visiting with yourself to those municipalities and the commitment that I've made. And I can tell you that in Katlelopili, this is what we've done. In Soul supply municipalities. Already we've constructed the Kulisiville, Dennisville, and Tlamako and Rising Dam. And really the construction of fencing, it's happening at this point, and we have budget that we've committed, and we're commissioning it in June 2023 to March 2024. We're on timelines. We're very clear that we want by 2024, we should be able to get the infrastructure rolling out. For the Salt Plaiki, we're saying we're commissioning 2023 in April 2027. And this really is phases where we're going to deal with Kimberley bulk water supply that will really cover the areas, even including White River, where phase 1 emergency interventions will be there, and phase 2 as well, interventions, medium-term interventions, and so forth. So we've got a number of scopes that we really have intervened, but I will be in contact with Honorable Sukas to visit the said community. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to next question, which is question 400, asked by the Honorable Clerk to the Minister of Health. By authorization of the Minister, the Deputy Minister will take charge of the question. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chair.
Oh, no. Okay, thank you. Proceed,
No,
Honorable Minister.
You are not necessarily wrong. The Honorable Deputy Minister is in the house. I'll take the question, and he may, if there's a problem of connectivity, he may come in. But thank you very much. Thanks to the Honorable Member for the question. Honorable Member, the total amount spent on NHI was effected through a number of grants, which the direct and the indirect grant. This includes expenditure in the pilot districts and also the contracting of various health professionals. This expenditure has been used to fund efforts to strengthen the health system's performance in preparation for the implementation of NHI, but also in terms of strengthening the health platform before the full process of implementation of the NHI fund comes into operation. This funding has been used to develop and test provider payment mechanisms, expanding the National Beneficiary Registry, and purchasing and providing a prioritized set of health services. The funding has also been allocated for quality improvement initiatives with the aim of helping facilities meet the standards which are envisaged in terms of accreditation under the NHI. The total NHI direct and indirect expenditure in the 10 years from financial year 2013-14 when this started amounts to an amount of just over 26 billion, is 26.05 billion. As I'll explain later on, 10 billion of this, as I'll explain on the direct grant, 10 billion of this was allocated during the COVID, and because there was no other mechanism, the 10 billion additional funding, which was allocated to hire more staff to deal with COVID, was also channeled through the direct grant, because otherwise a new grant would need to be developed, and there was an agreement with National Treasury. So you can subtract 10 billion out of that as being largely to focus on the pandemic. The National Health Insurance Direct Grant transfers directly to provinces for expansion of health services benefits through strategic purchasing. The expenditure on this direct grant for 2012-13 was just around 300, and up to 2015-16 financial year was an amount of 340 million. Now, this was largely in terms of purchasing of services of private doctors. And later on, this was not proceeded with, because there was an agreement with provinces to transfer the money into the equitable share of provinces for them to directly acquire the services of private doctors. The grant was later reinstated in the COVID year, as I've indicated, to assist in terms of challenging funds to acquire services of additional staff for the COVID pandemic. And this, therefore, during this period, the amount was about 12.2 billion rand, as I've said, 10 billion of which was directly for services of additional COVID staff. But other funds were used for mental health, for oncology services. So that pushed the total on the direct grant to just over 12.6 billion. But as I've said, a lot of it being for COVID staff. Then we have an indirect grant, which is largely used for revitalization of health facilities, hospitals, clinics, directly. These projects are directly managed, their implementation directly through the national office, the central chronic medicine dispensing and distribution, which makes sure patients can get their chronic medication nearby, ideal clinic, patient information systems, quality improvement, the digital systems to prepare for the implementation, but also just to improve health information systems. Now, further on, the honorable member wants to know what is the amount which is going to be used over the next 10 years. Just in brief to say, it is not possible to completely be able to predict because there are many variables when you look at the 10-year projection, which include once the fund has been properly established, the initial benefits basket of services, the prices which will be agreed with the service providers, the savings which will be achieved through cutting out duplication. So those are just to say, yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Ra leboga ke re letsogo godimo ga le lengwe tse di ngwadilweng go fa ke tse le di tlhalositseng ke nna ke di fetišitseng matlho Honorable Clark.
Thank you, House Chair. It is very interesting to hear that the Minister speaks about ideal clinics when he knows very well that in the region of about 65% of our hospitals do not comply to the ideal clinic specification in terms of the bill, and very few of them actually have digital systems. So it would be very interesting to know what was spent. But the NHI is probably one of the most contentious and badly thought out bills passed by the ANC and its various members in Parliament. It is supposed to address quality universal health care, but the objective in its current form will never be realized. All it will do is overburden the system, adding to a further paralyzing health system, as well as the flight of our doctors and nurses, as it fails to address the root causes of healthcare challenges. The NHI is merely an electioneering tool, as the ANC has nothing more to offer to its voters next year. Minister, the Treasury has told us that this country is broke. The ANC have stolen all the money and there is nothing left. We cannot afford NHI. Your own finance minister did not mention the funding within his budget speech. Even the deputy president is having second thoughts about the NHI and wants to re-look at it. If the ANC could steal the air, they would, and they would end up stealing the medicine from sick people if NHI is ever implemented. Mark my words. Minister, the equations of NHI equals Eskom 2.1, just another platform to loot and steal. Given National Treasury's proposal to Cabinet to drastically tighten the belt and the fact that the department has failed to provide any kind of budget on the NHI, the current shrinking tax fiscus in terms of our failing economy.
Thank you, Honorable Clark. Your time is up. I added, Honorable Clark,
that the NHI
your time is up.
And never be implemented in South Africa.
Honorable Clark. Honorable Minister, a member is allowed to make a statement or express an opinion since there was no question. It's up to you whether you want to respond.
I want to respond, Honorable Chair.
Proceed.
I agree with you that Honorable Clark abused the system of questions because she basically just made a statement. But contrary to her statement, as I've indicated, we are convinced that currently there's a lot of duplication a lot of wastage. And if we can be able to streamline services, both in the public and the private sector, I'm sure Honorable Clark is also aware, while we are aware that there have been various reports which we're dealing with together with our colleagues in provinces where there's been malfeasance. There are a number of people who have been charged, where there's been, SIU has reported and other investigations, and those matters are being dealt with. But we also just recently confirmed over and above what the health market inquiry did say in terms of a lot of wastage in the private sector, which also we want to make sure that there is more proper regulation and bring on board in the streamline. But even recently, where some of the providers, it's been confirmed that actually they even doctor the invoices which they charge to the funders. So those are the kind of things which, once we are able to streamline and make sure that there is no duplication of services, there will be savings. Our country is under stress in terms of economically, but we believe that is a temporary setback where things will improve. But even many countries, when they implemented their universal health coverage systems, was when the economy was quite low. And we believe that even in our case, we can't just, step backward simply because the economy, that's the time when you need more savings and more efficiency, which is what a combined system where you bring both public and private into a streamline, that you'll be able to effect savings. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Hlonishwa Xaba,
Thank you, House Chair.
thuba ngelapho.
Chair, just to clarify, Chair, that the NHI stands for equal access to quality healthcare for all. Once more, we must also clarify that NHI will leave no one behind. Having said that, House Chair, to the Minister, noting that the various health social schemes in developed countries experiences challenges of sustainability, such as Britain National Health Services. How will the department ensure that sustainable financing from various sources of the NHI fund? Please, can you guide us there, Minister? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaba. Indeed, honorable members, we have the advantage of being able to learn some of the challenges and the successes. As Honorable Kaba is indicating, there are a number of between those who pursue free market, free for service, fee for service kind of approach, such as the US and other such countries, they face even bigger challenges, which is what the opponents of the NHI want us to say, leave the market to determine. Now, those face even bigger challenges. Of course, those who are already on universal health coverage, because there's a number of things which you need to adjust to. The health system changes, the demands, the disease patterns. Some of those countries, like the UK, which are experiencing difficulties, amongst others, is that they have a much more older population. And when you have a higher life expectancy and a population which is skewed a lot more on the older people, the demands for services are higher, and therefore you also need to adjust and structure your packages and efficiencies. So those are the things which we are learning from some of those countries. And we're also learning in terms of how do you build sustainability in terms of the basket of services as you build up. And that's why even in the bill, it says very clearly that the NHI will be implemented in stages so that you build the capacity, you don't overwhelm the system at once. You build starting at the primary health level, bring in other services, and until when you believe that now you've got fully capacitated, then you can bring in a lot more services. So we are learning from those, and that would be to our advantage. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Tembegwaya.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, for the NHI to have any effect, there must be significant investments made towards improving the public health system. We have seen from the COVID pandemic that the public health system is unable to provide the services it needs to be providing to the majority of our people. This is particularly true for the rural hospitals. What in the short to medium term will you be doing to improve the capacity and quality of a health system in the public health system? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Well, firstly, let me differ with the Honorable Doctor that to the contrary, while there was a strain on the system, both in the public and private, the entire South African health system came under tremendous stress. I'm sure, I know that sometime when things improve, it's easy to forget, but I'm sure honorable members would remember, if you think of December 2020 on the beta wave, and if you think of also January 2021 on the Delta wave, I mean, both the public and private sector in terms of provision of services were under serious strain. But unlike in many countries, the system did not reach a stage of collapse. It showed that given a much more support, it can actually be able to sustain even such pressures. But of course, additional investment is required, and that's why we're pushing to say, even when there's fiscal challenges, we must protect the health system, make sure that the funding is protected, but also look at other ways in which additional funding can be sourced. And we are talking to Cabinet, to Treasury. There are low-hanging fruits in terms of areas where already the public funding system is highly subsidizing the private providers. And we're looking even at those to see incrementally, which are some of those funds which can already be redirected to augment further investment in the public health system. So those discussions are ongoing, and we want to protect what is there, but also look at ways in which incrementally, more additional funding can be sourced from within what is available already, within the 8.5% of GDP between private funders and the national fiscus. As I say already, that the fiscus is already providing huge subsidies in terms of the private providers. And those are the kind of things we're looking at in the reform of the funding system in the country. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The last follow-up on this question is the Honorable Van Staden.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, in a written answer to me dated February 2022, you stated that the NHI direct and indirect grant have been applied in an effort to strengthen the health system in preparation for the implementation of the NHI. This was to address surgical backlogs, the contracting of general practitioners to provide primary healthcare services, building infrastructure, and the implementation of a non-personal service component that will help facilities to meet the envisaged standards required for NHI accreditation. Honorable Minister, can you honestly say to this House today that all the billions of rands that have already been spent on the NHI direct and indirect grant have bear any fruits in terms of surgical backlogs? Have general practitioners been contracted, and do you honestly think the current infrastructure of state hospitals and clinics have met the standards required for NHI accreditation? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Question number, are we waiting for the Minister of Social Development?
Honorable Chair.
The Minister of Health, sorry.
Yeah, I've not been given a chance to respond.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, no, thanks, Honorable Chair, Honorable Van Staden. Honorable Member and members, I would not say that our facilities have, and at the current, are all meeting the standard. The Office of the Health Standard and Compliance provides us with regular updates in terms of the hospitals, but also in terms of also even primary health. We're trying to bring all those together in terms of also the assessment of the ideal clinics. what I can say, Honorable Van Staden and all honorable members, is that indeed these investments which have been made, both in terms of in the pilot areas where the indirect grant has been spent, and also the direct support for facility upgrades, equipment, human resources, have made a lot of difference. Today, there are a number of areas where there were no oncology services. Through this support, they have started to provide oncology services. There are a number of areas where in many of the clinics today, when you go, you will find that the health patient registration system is functional. It needs to be upgraded in terms of also being able to capture the full information of clinical information. But in terms of registration, many clinics are already using that. More than 60 million South Africans are already registered. The CCMDD, the Centralized Chronic Medicine Dispensing and Distribution, is now catering for just under 4 million patients who are able to receive their medicines closer to where they live. So there's a plethora, as we speak today, as a result of those earmarked grants. Just a month ago, we launched the starting of construction of the new Limpopo Academic Hospital. And there are a number of other facilities. We're not yet there in terms of 100% compliance. There's a lot more which needs to be done, which is why I was responding to Honorable Tembekwayo that we do need additional funding to be able to bring everything up to speed. But progress has been made. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Question number 412 has been asked by the Honorable L.H. Harris to the Minister of Social Development. The Honorable Minister.
Ngenhlonipho enkulu Chairperson. Ukhona okokuqala engifuna ukuthi ke ngithi ukuchaza because ngiyabona many a times kuba ne mistake ne misunderstanding between the social relief of distress as 350, which is very popular, ne social relief of distress grant makwenzeke maybe ama disaster somewhere. Ngiyabona ukuthi many a times people confuse the two. And if kuphinde kube khona futhi nento angifuni ukusebenzisa understand, or maybe it's just lack of the information reaching the people. Ukuthi indigent persons, abantu vele uhulumende ehlala ebanikeza ebancedisa as indigent people. And labo bantu who are indigent, ilabo bantu abathola ama interventions esikhathini esiningi bawathola through ukhokda, through ipolicy kakhokda. Abanye bakhona abe indigent bancedwa na department ye basic education, nje like ingane eziye esikoleni zingakhokhi baphinde banikezwe nama uniform nako konke. Abanye ke through ukhokda futhi bathola namanzi, free water, electricity, sanitation, free access to education, and the nutrition program eyenzakalayo ezikolweni lapho khona lezi ingane zidla ukudla ekseni, zidla amamila u2 esikolweni. Lokho ngifuna ukukusho because every time I have to answer these questions to members, I do get the sense that there is sometimes a misunderstanding of the two. However, masikhuluma nge-social relief of distress in terms of the 350, ngasho ukuthi it's one of the grants that have been most accessible that government has had to roll out. But rolling out ESRD 350 also must be understood that we have other grants such as the child support grant, and each child support grant, namanyama grant, it took us a very long time to design the accessibility and systems for people to get this money. But le SRD, which is the social relief of distress, which was specifically created for COVID during the period of COVID, is one of the easiest grants to apply for with less restrictions
than many other grants. The grant is targeted at the active working age population between 18 and 60. Nalapho sifuna ukuchaza ukuthi saqala sithi sinikeza those who had lost their jobs first. But unfortunately for us, as the applications grew more and more, we then further realized ukuthi there are more people who are unemployed, and therefore we needed to make sure that everyone who is unemployed is able to access this SRD 350. ICASA estimates that smartphone penetration exceeds 90% in the country. There are over 50 million smartphones in the country compared to 400 SASSA offices. And furthermore, any cell phone can be used if the applicant does not have access to their own cell phone. This is, I'm clarifying that it's easier to apply for this money. And in fact, nobody went to any office of SASSA to go and apply for this money during the lockdown, even after lockdown. In instances where applicants approved but have not received a pay date, in the majority of cases, we will require some actions by the applicant to remedy the situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Aris.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Minister. Nobody did refer to indigent grant. We refer to indigent persons, which means poor people. We clearly understand what's the difference between indigent grants and SRD grants. I refer to the SRD grants. Minister, with the increased joblessness and the continued inability of the state and the private sector to create jobs in the country, there is going to be more pressure on the department to provide more social relief interventions. Have you undertaken any assessment of how much money you will need in the next 5 to 10 years to deal with the deteriorating social economical conditions in the country? If so, how much would we be spending for social relief programs over the next 10 years? And what exit plan and program do you have in place for people that are receiving these SRD grants? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Aris. I took time to just expand more, not because I thought your question was wrong or not because I don't think you understand. It is just that I take it when some of these questions are asked, it's also an opportunity to clarify broadly so that the people that even you yourself represent here, they get to hear exactly what the SRD and the indigent and all that is concerned. Recall that we said as a department, we have an opportunity of the SRD 350. We then asked the question, what will happen once the 350 ends? We then said we will pursue the extension thereof, which was extended for the first time, extended for the second time. We are now asking further extension on the basis, Honorable Aris, that we also indicated to yourselves in the portfolio committee that we see this SRD grant as something that we can extend to a policy development of the basic income grant. And we're very far in the development of the basic income grant. So we think that those that have been receiving must then continue to be assisted because the economy of the country, by the way, we don't see this as something that is the only way that people can take care of themselves. That is why, as a Department of Social Development, we're saying the growth of the economy of the country is something that is important so that people don't have to be depending on the 350. But even if we were to introduce the basic income grant, we work together with other departments, especially those which are on the economic development, because we believe the people of South Africa will live better and will be better when the opportunities for jobs, when the opportunities for small and medium enterprises, when the opportunities for informal businesses are done. As for the exit plan, we cannot have an exit plan for people who are really struggling. The only exit that can be given to them is to make sure that when there are jobs, they must get the jobs. However, the 10-year plan, I think you must wait for our—
Thank you very much.
You must wait for our manifesto. That's where you'll find out how, when.
She didn't have an answer. You
Thank
didn't
you,
have an answer, man.
Honorable Ntangweni,
There is an answer.
please don't do that. Don't do that again. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Shongo. The Honorable Shongo.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I will take the question on behalf of Honorable Shongo.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your for such a comprehensive response. It's actually much appreciated. During the second quarter of 2023, Stats SA has actually announced a decrease of unemployment of about approximately 0.3%. Now, during that process, there are many of our people that have lost jobs, and then through the government intervention, there are also others that have managed through a government initiative to get some jobs and so forth. Now, taking that into consideration, Honorable Minister, I just want to find out in terms of the new applications for the social relief for distress grant, what impact has this had on the new application? And then also what impact does it have on people who were actually affected by the floods or who had an employment and now are unemployed as we speak now? So what impact did this have with regard to the pronouncement of Stats SA and also what the changing material conditions of our people on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Uyazi ukuthi bengazi ukuthi cha ngine-protection eningabi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu bantu bakwaZulu. Kumnandi uprotectwa. Chairperson, thank you very much, Honorable Stork. Let me start from the point that abantu who apply for the 350 and do not qualify for the 350 on the basis that they have resources that are coming through their accounts, they cannot receive the 350. And the reason why we do this is because there has to be a greater appreciation that the Stats SA that is indicating some small growth in jobs. We appreciate that growth, but we also hope that that growth can be sustainable, because sometimes you think somebody has got a little bit of money coming into the account, it's either supported by the family, or sometimes they have a piece job where they went to do some painting in some home, and then afterwards they don't have anything. As long as there's money in your account above 624 rands, which is the threshold, we unfortunately cannot give you that money. And we do understand, on the other hand, that our people get monies here and there from time to time, but as long as you apply and when we process you, we find that you absolutely do not have anything, you qualify for the 350. The impact, obviously, on the 350, which maybe sometimes people can take for granted, it means a lot to our people because they are able to travel to different places to look for money. They are able to put bread on their table. They're able to just help themselves this way or the other. But we must also consider that 350 really, honestly, is very little money. That is why, as a department, we are saying, firstly, let's make sure that it's extended. Those who have been benefiting from it can continue benefiting from it. But when all is said and done, we are pursuing the basic income grant, which we hope that the people of South Africa, and we're hoping that this government of the African National Congress, which is our government, which has taken this seriously ever since we put on the table, will continue to pursue it. And those who talk about affordability, we cannot afford the hunger. We cannot afford the poverty. We cannot afford people sleep with absolutely nothing. And therefore, we would want to step up and be of assistance as much as we possibly can.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question, the Honorable Heron.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you, Minister. Minister, last week, Stats SA also updated the poverty lines, and the food poverty line is now at 760 Rand per person per month, while the lower bound poverty line is 1,058 Rand per person per month. The official position is that the SRD grant is a temporary grant due to expire on the 31st of March, while the National Development Plan commits our country to reducing to zero the number of people living below the lower bound poverty line by 2030. We're pleased to hear that the Minister committing to a basic income grant, and we've heard the Minister say this many, many times before, but does the Minister envisage increasing the value of a basic income grant to meet the National Development Plan's commitment of eliminating any person living below the poverty line by the lower bound poverty line by 2030? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And let me also say, I thank you for also your support, for your continued party support in terms of engagements, even outside of here, in terms of the basic income grant. That is highly appreciated. But at the same time, the answer could easily be yes from me if it entirely depended on me and my department. We need to consistently engage because the pool from where all this is pulled keeps on shrinking and shrinking all the time. However, our issue in support of what you are proposing, for instance, in support of the National Development Plan, we are saying to South Africa and we are saying to our own government, we cannot afford hunger. We cannot afford poverty. We cannot afford to have people who can't even have the basics, which many of us enjoy. And while we are appreciative of the constraints of government and the constraints of budget, we know that if we can squeeze from other places, which end up in many instances being money that is not really the value for that money being spent somewhere else, is money that's the value that's not felt by our people. So the answer from me is yes, but at the same time, I'm not ignorant of the other challenges that face the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, there is a report tabled yesterday with a 143 billion Rand budget deficit for the month of July. Added to that is a statement saying that the revenue collection is on the decline, which simply means that social grants will not be sustainable in the long run. Minister is talking about austerity measures, talking about cutting on expenditure right now. What is your department doing or will consider doing in working with other relevant departments to give dignity back to these so-called people by creating job opportunities or small business opportunities so that they can be empowered, they can go out there, get jobs, they can run small businesses, and more importantly, with this initiative, they would be able to make I would say in society, they will be able to make a difference. But more importantly, as we agreed, that 350 Rand grant, they cannot survive. So are you speaking to the relevant departments?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Imam. Yes, I am very conscious of the budget deficit. That's what I referred to earlier on. Yes, I am very conscious of the revenue that is declining. I'm very conscious of that. Yes, I'm conscious of the austerity measures which are affecting us because we've been told already we must start looking at where we can cut. But the one thing I need to put in perspective and protect is the social grants. This government of the African National Congress has paid the social grants since 1994. when the grants, and by the way, when I talk about the grants, I'm requesting that we don't narrow the grants only to the 350, because the grants for the elderly, the grants for the disability, the grants that are given also as child support grant, that we need to protect in the best way that we can, because when all is said and done, we can see the impact of what the grants have done since 1994, when in 1994, the grants were just for a few white people, and now the grants are for everybody, irrespective of color, race, or creed. Ya ungangihlahlela amehlo iqiniso lelo. Ukungihlahlela amehlo akuzukunceda ngalutho. Iqiniso ukuthi vele ama-social grants pre-1994, futhi grant ibibhadalwa after every 2 months. Ngoku i-grant since 1994 has been paid to every eligible grant recipient by the government of the ANC. And then I also wish to thank the honorable member for the question, because I know one thing for sure. He's not sitting somewhere and not doing anything with regard to job creation and all. He sends me projects which he's wanting the department to support, which is based on training people on small and medium enterprises and doing hair and all that. I really thank him, because he always sends and is always asking us, can you please direct these people to the relevant department? And that is long-term sustainable projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question 375 has been asked by the Honorable Rulani to the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Actually, economic impact of the Netball World Cup is yet to be determined, as we all know that this World Cup has just finished a month ago. However, from the reports provided already, the following has been some of the successes. The Netball World Cup 2023 tournament has been shortlisted for the Sports Business Awards in the Best Sporting Event of the Year 2023 category. The Sports Business Awards is an international event, and the ceremony takes place on the 10th of November, 2023 in London. Now, the Netball World Cup 2023 has created a long-term legacy for both netball and women's sport in South Africa, inspiring and introducing a new generation of fans and hopefully new participants to the sport. And quite interestingly, House Chair, the new fans are men. Players from the SPAR Proteas team who ply their trade with professional clubs abroad have signed new contracts. And there are others who have been contracted by professional clubs abroad. For instance, Khanyisa Chawane will be playing in Ireland from 2024. This was highlighted by the broadcast figures in the host nation, which saw a massive increase in live coverage, including access for all South Africans via free-to-air television. The overall viewership figures for the event shattered past records, with the South African audience figures alone outperforming the entire Netball World Cup 2019 combined global audience, making the Netball World Cup 2023 the most watched Netball World Cup ever. The South African audience numbers can be summarized as follows. The live match coverage on all channels was 14 million. The daily match highlights was 2.3 million. The total match coverage was 16,642,000. Now, the viewers from South Africa have increased by 45%, and as I have said, these were men. Now, more multi-purpose courts were constructed, House Chair, or refurbished during this period, which will provide more access to sporting facilities for disadvantaged communities for various sporting codes, not only netball. Netball World Cup provided global exposure to young emerging entrepreneurs like the Block Footwear owner, which is owned by a gentleman from Deep Kloof. Block Footwear is the one that provided the volunteers of netball, sneakers. An all-female crew was utilized by SuperSport to broadcast all matches internationally, which was for the first time in our sporting broadcasting history that an all-women crew was used. All police security liaison officers assigned to teams were females. This was the first Netball World Cup that had a dedicated volunteer corps who received accredited training and stipends, and their diligence at the event was appreciated by the World Net Cup. Yes, of course, there are other events that have been, we have used over the years. We have had more than international tournaments, over than 20 that we have approved. There is Africa Cricket Association T20 that is coming in September in Benoni. There is a World Masters rowing regatta in September in Pretoria, in Rotterplat Dam. There's a Down Syndrome World Gymnastics Championships that is coming in September in Pretoria. This year has been very busy for the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Very
Deputy
busy.
Minister. The first supplementary question by the Honorable Zulani.
I need protection. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, may I ask, sports tourism has a significant impact on the increasing, let me read. Sports tourism has a significant impact on increasing a country's tourism. How is the department work with the tourism department to curate experiences for sports tourism to stay longer when they visit? Furthermore, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, what mechanism does the department have to measure the economic impact of sport tournaments? And how does the department use this data to develop strategies to increase the economic impact of sports in the country? I thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, for this question. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture has taken a conscious decision to use international sport events as catalysts for economic recovery, economic growth, and to drive the creation of jobs and employment opportunities. While sport tourism is considered to benefit the most from sport events through hospitality due to higher demand for hotels, restaurants, and other food services, it should be noted that other economic sectors such as retail, trade, logistics, transportation, events management, arts, culture, entertainment are impacted. The department has recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Tourism to ensure that the players in the tourism industry maximize on the opportunities presented by the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture through the hosting of international and domestic sport events. One thing that we have identified, though, as the countries are built to exploit the full potential of these events, is that sometimes some national federations, they submit the applications for approval to these events very late. And to remedy this situation, we are seeking to engage with the national federations, who are often the custodians of the events, to improve that, to adhere to the bidding timelines as outlined in the bidding and hosting of international sports events, so that we can be able to market the events adequately. One area about the economic impact of assessment conducted by some events owners and some host cities, we've recognized that the primary data on the hosting sport events of the department has included the assessment of contribution of sport, including sport tourism in the gross domestic product. So what we have done, we have now asked the South African Cultural Observatory, which has been only assessing arts and culture, to also include sport now on this. Extending beyond sport tourism is informed by recognition that sport, recreation, and leisure activities impacts on a wide range of the country's economic sectors.
Thank you very much,
sporting
Honorable
goods.
Deputy Minister.
Ngiyabonga, Sihlalo.
Second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Van Dijk.
Chairperson, outstanding for Member Van Dijk. Thank you.
Proceed.
Minister, I concur that the recent successful Netball World Cup hosted by South Africa and Cape Town as the host city created a positive appetite for growing our sports. Our netball team has made us proud. Notwithstanding the successful Netball World Cup, there are ongoing allegations of mismanagement at SA Netball, especially legal disputes between the president of Netball South Africa that is involved. How much money was invested by government into Netball World Cup, and how will the opportunity to host the World Cup and increased investment of government, because sports needs more money? How will it ensure that the Sports Federation is supported to leave a positive legacy behind to grow netball, and how will the minister ensure that the allegations is investigated? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much for that question, Honorable Member. Now, let's remember, as I have already explained, that the international events are the custodians of the federations. What then happens is that as the national department, we support national federations once they submit the bidding and hosting. But the responsibility of that event rests on the federation itself. Now, my understanding is that the Netball South Africa is busy with its final report and assessment so that there's a report that can be submitted to the department on the entire event. So, of course, it is as I have said, the event just finished a month ago. So we're still waiting for that report that must come, which is an assessment report. And I think that question, we might be able to answer it adequately once we have had that assessment report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Dana.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I will ask the supplementary question. Honorable Deputy Minister, I think there's no doubt that the Netball World Cup was a huge success. And you referred, Honorable Deputy Minister, to the department's role in assisting federations in these events to maximize the economic impact. But I think you would agree that the fact that the tournament was only hosted in Cape Town limited or also deprived a lot of fans from watching the games, but also took away from the development and facilities in other parts of the country that was spillover from this event. Why was that the case, and what will the department do to, with other events that you've mentioned, ensure that more country and more places geographically also benefit? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. That's actually a very good question. Look, I think all of us will agree that the Netball World Cup was a success. And we also agree that it has played a critical role in actually increasing the women's sport in the country. Unfortunately, the format of the Netball World Cup is not up to us in South Africa, how it is run. It is run as of international standards. Now, netball, therefore, even the 2019 World Cup, which was held in Liverpool, was played only in Liverpool. And even the one before that in Australia was only played in Sydney. Unlike the other sport codes, because it is an indoor game, which is played on the arena, and the games are played like 3 games in a day. But the argument of your question is critical in the sense that maybe the international body must look at how it runs the World Cup and see if it can maybe make sure that it is not only run in one place. But unfortunately, the decision was not up to us. Unlike the football, the soccer, where at least when it comes to the country, it will be played in all the provinces. By the way, we are bidding for the Women's Football World Cup in 2027. And when we win, not if, when we win that bidding, all provinces will participate in that World Cup because all provinces will be part, because that's how football is. But unlike the netball, but it's a very important question. It's something that we must take up and agree. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Nkosi Luthuli.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, as a global trend, more and more countries are pulling out of the hosting international sporting competitions due to the costs of overweighing the revenue accumulation during this time. Like 2015, there was a little bit of problem somewhere there. Then the Minister of Sport said the projected cost were more than the country's flagging economy could afford. Now, Honorable Minister, how is the department justify the costs in its bid to host other sporting competition like the FIFA Women's World Cup?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Luthuli. We are part of the global village. And because we are part of the global village, sometimes there are things that we must consider. South Africa is a developing economy. It's an economy that we must use all avenues to make sure that we develop. Sport in the country is one that must be exposed to the international bodies because we want to have more athletes in the country, participating in the international way. We are not going to be able to do that if we are going to shy away from hosting some of these international events. Of course, we can't host them all. We have to pick and choose which one are the most important. The Netball World Cup was critical because it dealt with one of the most important women's sport in the country. It also dealt with the issue of women's sport in general, in making sure that people sit up and notice that women are able to participate in sport just like any other person. So it was critical. Now, the Commonwealth Games that we are referring to in 2015, that the government had to withdraw. You would remember they were supposed to be held in Durban. And there was a discussion that the amount was too much. At the time, the Durban, which was the city that was supposed to host and the province, took that decision because remember, national government can't override what the host city and the host province must say and do. That's why when you talk about an international tournament, what we do in the country, which is the district development model, plays a critical role because you must make sure that there's an alignment between the city, the province, and the national government. So if the city and the province say, we don't think we will be able to host, we can't force them. We could have taken that to another city, but because the bidding system had said Durban, it didn't say South Africa. So we couldn't say, let's take it out of Durban and go to Cape Town. That's why we had to withdraw. But it doesn't take away the importance of us bidding.
Thank you
for
very
this in the
much,
national
Honorable
Thank you.
Deputy Minister. Question number 380 has been asked by the Honorable S.A. Buthelezi to the Minister of Human Settlement. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. During the April 2022 disasters, 449 families were affected. Of this, 4,983 families were homeless. 8310 houses were partially damaged across 11 district municipalities. Of this, 7,200 of the 8,310 families were provided with building materials for them to repair their houses. And therefore, in terms of our records, we deem this as completed intervention. Then across the province, we provided temporary units. In eThekwini, which was the highly affected municipality, which proved very difficult for various reasons, we provided 350 temporary residential units, which were allocated to beneficiaries, and 10 buildings were acquired or leased to serve as transitional emergency accommodations to accommodate families who were in mass care centers after some time. The duration of the lease that we took entered by the eThekwini municipality and the landlords is 24 months. And in this process, we're hoping to be completing and moving people to areas in terms of where they are going to sit. To achieve a permanent solution, 13 land parcels were acquired by the municipality to settle the affected families. Development planning processes are underway and meant to be concluded through approvals by the Municipality Planning Tribunal at the end of September 2023. Once development approval is obtained, the three spheres of government will work together to ensure that emergency services are installed expeditiously, thus ensuring dignified relocation to the affected families. The decision is to ensure that families in various provinces are linked to live projects and ensure that they are part of the allocation for permanent solutions. So we do not isolate them individually as the affected communities for the disasters and say that they will have long-term interventions. Emergency housing by its nature is to provide for emergency housing. Once that, then they are linked to permanent solutions. I must say, honorable members, the 2022 disasters in KZN has been a lesson for all of us in the country in dealing with climate change and the disasters. Some of the lessons have led to a review of policy, including in terms of how we respond on policy and implementation of emergency housing. But again, what we want to say is that we realize that stronger collaboration by all spheres of government, civil society and private sector does result in a better support when disasters hits in communities and therefore provides help to our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Buthelezi.
Honorable House Chairperson, if she's not available, may I take the follow-up question?
Okay.
Ngukuthelezi. Nguye nje. Ngushani Ncangalele. Babuzipha silibhaliwe.
On order, honorable members.
Honorable.
You are Honorable Sengwa.
Chair.
You are left with a few seconds.
Honorable House Chairperson, thank you very much. Thank you, Minister, for your response. Of course, there is an urgency to ensure that there is speed and agility in how government responds to disaster. So contingency planning is also important. So considering that there were 13 land parcels that have been identified and surveyed to ensure the suitability of buildings, as you have said, what contingencies are in place for areas that did not meet the sufficient survey criteria for building, as the decrease in the number of houses would not be favorable considering that flood victims have already been left in temporary housing units for far too long. So what is obviously clear outside even this case is that as and when contingency interventions are in place, when you move into those spaces, you find that there's hurdles and other technicalities, including but not limited to governance constraints and cooperation constraints. So contingency planning is important. So specifically in this case, what contingencies are in place to respond to the non-suitability of the 13
land parcels. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shengwa, for that follow-up. I think the major issue that we, and as I say, there are lessons learned. One of the issues we've had a discussion with Minister Nkadime, specifically because they are working towards amendment of SPLUMA. We are interested in Section 68 of SPLUMA so that we can amend so that it can respond to challenges around disaster management and emergency housing. Because once the municipalities are holding us at ransom at times, where they are supposed to process the land parcels in terms of application and services, then they take long and they want to do some of the consultation that they want to do. So we do believe that that's the first thing that we must be able to deal with so that there are issues. Lessons learned from other countries, what they do as well is to have, for example, in areas where they are known as prone for disasters, have disaster centers. So whether we can afford that, that's what we are currently having discussions with the Department, National Treasury, to say, perhaps what we need to do in areas where there's been repeated disasters over and over again, and therefore you might end up not having land parcels to be able to relocate people, have buildings that you can utilize as temporary and emergency when disasters happens. So some of the countries that we've been able to survey and learn from have been able to assist. The other issue is the reason why we took over the emergency housing as national department, to be able to centralize it. We understood that that helps us to be able to respond, because previously what used to happen, and the 2022 was one of the areas where we learned. What used to happen is that we have money sitting of disasters in Northern Cape, you have a disaster in KZN. To be able to access that money, it takes longer. So currently with the centralized model, where we are able to respond speedily and we are able to assemble capacity to be able to respond. It's some of the issues that we are dealing with. National Treasury has said to us, we must be able to find preventative measures going forward in terms of being able to respond to emergencies. It's something that is a bit difficult. You can only work with geologists to be able to predict weather patterns and where people are. But major issues to remove people where they are sitting prone, to closer to river banks and where they are prone to be affected by disasters. And that is part of our informal settlement upgrading program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Dr. Klape in the place of the Honourable Tseki.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. And thanks for coming through for our people in times of distress. We hope that public-private partnership will ensure speedy achievement of the permanent solutions. Now, Minister, given the climate change that has become a recurring experience, what measures is your department taking to ensure that provincial departments and municipalities relocate informal settlements constructed on floodplains or disaster-prone areas to prevent other catastrophic disasters? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Shapi. The issue for informal settlements, we've got a program that we call Informal Settlement Upgrading Program. It's got different phases. In terms of phase one, we go and provide temporary services so that people can have what we call human rights services. And then the phase two is to determine where they are sitting. When we realize that people have been sitting in a land that is not suitable for human settlements, we are able to find alternative land, working together with municipalities and provinces. And this is done through the grant and planning, which we call Informal Settlement Upgrading Grant. And through that, each year we have a number of informal settlements that we are upgrading. But I think the major issue that I've been advocating is the issue that municipalities need to be able to say where people place themselves within 48 hours as required by PAJA, to be able to evict. Because if we can't do that, we continue to have a running target, and therefore people continue to put themselves where it's in danger. However, again, municipalities have appealed to me to speak to my colleague, Minister Titiza, so that we can amend PAJA, because some of the municipalities are not able to see when people put themselves within 48 hours, and therefore by the time they want to evict, it's not happening. this is a conversation we'll have to have with the society, because some of them are concerned about that we will violate human rights when we evict people, especially the vulnerable mothers and children. And we are saying, but people have to be able to be putting themselves where it's suitable. We have experiences where put themselves on the riverbank, and people who've been sitting in backyards are complaining to say, we are attending to these ones because they're in danger, and therefore we are allowing them to jump the queue. So it's a complex matter, but we believe that working together with society will be able to respond to it adequately with our programs currently in place. So the informal settlement upgrading grant in the provinces and municipalities is one of the tools that we are using to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Dr. N.V. Kumalo.
Thank you, House Chair. I'll be taking the question. Honorable Minister, what has been clear about the KZN floods that happened over a year ago is that the ANC does not care about the people of KZN. The people who have been left destitute and homeless. People are still living in temporary shelter over a year since the floods. And in the ANC's 2019 manifesto, it promises to the people of South Africa to transform and promote affordable housing and decent shelter. But Honorable Minister, where is the decency? Where is the decency for these people that have been left destitute in KZN? Where is the dignity when money that was spent for building them housing has not been built? Minister, what is your plan to assist the victims of the KZN floods, noting of the fact that 550 beds were procured for 28 million rand? What is your plan to deal with the looting, obvious looting that has taken place in KZN, to deal with the issues and to help the people?
Thank you very much,
of these
Honourable
floods? Thank you
Member.
very much.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Angisho ukuthi akuna nomndeni owodwa oshiwe onganakiwe KwaZulu Natal. Yonke imideni inikeziwe indawo yokuhlala okwesikhashana. Asikhumbule ukuthi imindeni yonke yakwaZulu Natal yafectwa yikhukhula. Sathembisa uhulumeni kaKhongolose ukuthi siyosiza sibhatalele la indawo ezihlala kuzo. Zokuqala sabasusa emahholo sabafaka la sibiza ukuthi ama-mask center, sabafaka kuyindawo esikhashana zokuthi sihlale. Ngaya ngayobona la bahlala khona, ngathi ngifika bangitshela ukuthi no minister, yebo sinikele indawo yokuhlala kodwa sibiyele because siyahlukunyezwa. Sabiyela ubheke mangabe uyakwazi ukugugula, uzagugula ubone some of the feedback eyabuya kubantu ukuthi siyabonga ukuthi uKhongolose uhulumeni ufikile wasilekelela wasilalela. Kwesibili sabuya sabathola futhi basemahholo, sakhalelwa na abafundisi, sathi asizulinda ukuze sithole umhlaba ngoba indaba yomhlaba ithatha isikhathi eside. Sahamba sathola amabhilidi, lamabhilidi elikuthi sawaqasha suhulumeni kaKhongolose, sabafaka lapho baze bayasho bathi ngempela ngaze ngaya sihamba no-MEC bonke bezwe lonke, safika lapha sababona labahleli khona, kuphephile for iy'ngane, kuphephile for omama, kunamanzi, kunogesi, kunama-toilet. Yilapho sibabeke khona, asibabekanga estradweni, abekho stranded. UKhongolose la ubabeke khona kuyindawo eyiphephile. So ngithanda ukusho ukuthi mhlonishwa, ungathi asibanakekelanga labantu. KwaZulu Natal ngihlala ngikhuluma nemindeni ekhona lapha, ngibachazele ukuthi sisebenza kanjani. Into eshiwo imindeni eminye ithi siyacela mphathiswa ungayenzi ukuthi abantu basemikhukhwini basijampe thina esikuyiline yokuthola izindlu. Yiko sithi sibanikeza indawo zesikhashana zokuhlala kodwa ukuya phambili bayongena kule line ekhona na wonke umuntu ukuze bathole izindlu zokuthi bahlale kuzo kuyilezi sisho ukuthi ama-RDP. So uhulumeni okhathalayo, uhulumeni okwazi ukunakekela abantu, uhulumeni olalelayo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Makesini.
Honorable Chair, I will take the follow-up question, the question.
Please proceed.
Considering the unstable weather conditions, not only in KZN, but in the eastern parts of the country, which can happen, what contingency plan do you have in place in case a similar natural disaster will happen?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. One of the issues that we are doing is partnering with various institutions. For example, Geoscience Council has done a report, a study in KZN after the disasters. We are learning out of those reports what becomes weather patterns. Because one of the issues is that you might think that this is what area that is prone for disaster, and then another one arrives. So working together with various partners, private sector, and within institutions, for example, institutions of higher learning, such as SANZA and others, are helping us to understand the patterns. What we have tried to do currently is to say, let's understand the weather patterns, let's understand where the areas, but start working in terms of where people are vulnerable, especially those, as I said, who are sitting in the river banks and all those things, so that we can remove them. But long term, which we currently do not have allocation of funding for, is what we would want to do what other global communities are doing. Establish a center to say, for example, if eThekwini is known to be prone for disasters year in, year out, then you establish a center that you know maybe can take 200 families. And then you say, this is what is your permanent response to disasters. Currently, we do not have such. It's what we hope to do. And we're consistently having engagement with National Treasury to be able to provide such, because it needs funding to have such in current format. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Question 370 has been asked by the Honorable Van Staden to the Minister of Health. The Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks to the honorable members, and Honorable Van Staden. Nationally, as of the 29th of August, which is the date of the question as asked by Honorable Van Staden, the total number of unclaimed bodies in the state mortuaries, in the forensic pathology mortuaries owned by the state, it's 4,045. And that this time we have the reports from all 9 provinces. So this is really a complete picture. Just in terms of the distribution, honorable members, the Eastern Cape had at that date 315 bodies, Free State 108, Gauteng 1,049, KwaZulu-Natal 1,509, Limpopo 353, Mpumalanga 68, Northern Cape 42, Northwest 251, and the Western Cape 350, which brings the total to 4,045. Now, in terms of whether there is progress in dealing with this matter, from the Eastern Cape, the indications are that 51 at the time, 51 of the total unclaimed bodies, which we gave the figure earlier of 315, were ready for burial. In other words, they had got the go-ahead in terms of the municipal legislation to proceed with a burial of unclaimed bodies. From KZN, 170 of the 1,509 of the unclaimed bodies were ready for burial. And not all of them were going to be buried as unclaimed, because some families had come forward out of this 170. From the Limpopo, 27 of the 353, as of that date of the 29th, were ready for burial. From Mpumalanga, that they had not received approval from the municipalities to proceed, but they were awaiting approval in terms of the applications for the 68 bodies which remained unclaimed. In the Northern Cape, they were still also waiting for approval from the municipalities for applications for burial of unclaimed bodies out of the 42. And from the Northwest, out of the 251, 77 of the unclaimed bodies were ready for burial. And from the Western Cape province, 14 of the unclaimed bodies, which is out of a total of 350, 14 they'd received permission from the municipalities. So overall, it's a mixed bag. There is some progress in provinces, but it's still very unsatisfactory. So I know that, for instance, in Gauteng, they were using the biometric system to try and improve in the identification of unclaimed bodies. Of course, the recent fire has exacerbated the situation in as far as Gauteng, especially in Johannesburg, is concerned. So the health department is working also with the police, South African Police Service Forensic Science Laboratory, in relation to DNA testing to identify more bodies. The delays reports from part of the reasons why the number of unclaimed bodies is still very high. We're also working with COCTA to fast track with the municipalities. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Van Staden.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I direct my question following an article that was published on 7th August of this year with the heading, Mortuary Backlogs Results in Horror Viewings. According to this article, families have had to identify their loved ones in a state of decomposition. The Gauteng Health Department also announced on the 24th of July this year that it has established a provincial task team to address the backlog at mortuaries due to a shortage of pathologists. I have also received information of bodies being kept at hospitals that have to be covered with ice packs due to the fact that there was not adequate space available in a state mortuary, and also information regarding a body that was kept for 2 years in a state mortuary. Honorable Minister, apart from the continued discussions between the Forensic Pathology Services, local municipalities, and the South African Police Service, and apart from the task team that was established by the Gauteng Health Department regarding the unclaimed bodies, what measures are your department putting in place to ensure that this problem does not get out of hand to a point where there will not be sufficient space available at state mortuaries across the country, and to avoid situations like the ones I have mentioned today, to avoid the piling up of unclaimed bodies? Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. As I've indicated, maybe two key interventions. One is the question of, three. One is, increasing capacity in terms of the DNA laboratories under the South African Police Service. We have been assured from the subs that indeed that capacity is improved. We have seen also, for instance, with the recent fire, that there is a more speeded up process of DNA matching of the victims of the fire. So,
honorable members. So the Honorable Minister, please continue.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, I was saying three interventions. One is working with the police service forensic laboratory side in terms of DNA, and we have an assurance and we have seen signs of improvement in that regard, which will help to unlock some of the impasse. Secondly, in terms of also working with the cooperative government and traditional affairs in making sure that there is more approval, but also the use of technology in as far as fingerprint identification, working together again with the police in terms of comparison of the biometric information, not only with police but also with the Department of Home Affairs. So we have found that also that does help. So the use of biometric technology is also helping us to improve in terms of movement of the bodies. But where all this have failed, where there is no DNA match, there is no biometric, where the person is not registered either on the police system or on the Home Affairs system, we rely on the permission then for what is generally called a pauper's funeral. And that's why we're engaging Department of Cooperative Governance to also empower municipalities so that they could process these applications much quicker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Gela in the place of Dr. North Nachel. The Honorable Gela.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, allow me to first to say, kiri mo kgweding e ya September, kiri homasioni ka moka, Happy New Year. The follow-up question, Chair, Makaule will never understand it. The follow-up question, Chair, to the Minister, what have been the leading factors relating to bodies being unclaimed, and how have these informed and improved the department's strategies to ensure that all corpses are identified and claimed? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The key factor really in terms of driving this is where patients die in our facilities and in circumstances where when they were admitted, there were no relatives identified. And there are a number of factors in this regard. Some are undocumented and some, including some of whom are, undocumented, both foreign nationals, and we still have also South African citizens who unfortunately are undocumented. So once somebody, it's admitted into a facility, because when they are in critical condition, even if there is no proper information and next of kin, and because those are the requirements when somebody is admitted in the health facilities. Once things go wrong there, that somebody is picked up or they, come on their own into a health facility in a serious condition, and there is no record in terms of identification properly, and also with the record, with the contact details of the next of kin. That's primarily where things go wrong. So as we improve, as I said, technology in terms of where, especially where some record may exist, especially from Home Affairs and also from the police, improvement in that in those technologies as we go into biometric testing, this will improve in terms of our ability to track the next of kin of people who unfortunately, passed away in our health facilities. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question is asked by the Honorable M.O. Clark.
Thank you, House Chairperson. With reference to the Minister's reply to question 336 in May this year, mortuaries in all provinces, except in the Free State, had issues with refrigeration and space. And only mortuaries in KZN and Free State were equipped with generators and fuel supplies. Given the fact that we are facing stage 6 load shedding again, and that it is not a problem that will disappear in the foreseeable future, how is the department planning on addressing issues of overcrowding and defrosting of bodies within our mortuaries? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much to the Honorable Member. Chair, of course, the issue of power cuts does very adversely affect the functionality of state mortuaries. So, as indicated in that answer, not all are equipped because we do prioritize emergency services in the health facilities, but of course, in the majority of provinces, because they are also attached to the emergency generators in the health facilities, they do benefit. So one way, clearly, we're hoping, one, that this level of load shedding is going to be short-lived. But secondly, if the persistence continue, we will have no other alternative but also to look at supporting through the infrastructure grants which we operate nationally, encouraging provinces also to include those mortuaries which are still outstanding in terms of emergency power supply for those to avoid disaster in terms of decomposition of bodies. But we also believe that with these other measures which I've mentioned in terms of possibility of speeded up identification using the various technologies available, we should be able to improve in terms of the turnaround times. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question by the Honorable Shira. The Honorable Shira.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will take it. With reference to the allegations, that in the Thaba Vestal matter, there were bodies that were stolen from mortuaries in order to cover up the alleged crimes. What measures do state mortuaries have in place to safeguard unclaimed bodies? Further, what is the procedures for bodies that remain unclaimed for extended period of times?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member. Indeed, this was a very isolated criminal act, which, as far as I'm aware, the police have investigated. And as far as I'm aware, there will be charges laid. It's quite clear that there was collusion. There was collusion between the people looking after the mortuary, looking after the bodies, and also the citizen, the member of the society who claimed a body which indeed was a false claim. So that's a criminal act which there were, as I say, the two to tango. So there were two parties, both, and of course, that will emerge more clearly. Because the system is very clear. I mean, the procedures are very clear in terms of a proper identification, documentation, where before a body can be claimed, that there should be a proper verification. But in terms of avoiding this prolonged periods at the end, when a body is unclaimed for a prolonged period, our officials at the pathology services have to apply, and that's why all the provinces are indicating outstanding approvals in terms of making sure that there can be approval for the burial by the state. So that when everything else has failed, that's the route to go. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Question 376, asked by the Honorable Gela to the Minister of Health. The Honorable Minister.
Chair, that question will be taken by Honorable Deputy Minister who's in the House.
May I proceed, Honorable Deputy Minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The question asked by Honorable Kela. The COVID-19 variant EG5 has no official name, as it is just one of the several circulating variants. It is not targeting elderly people. The authorities are constantly monitoring a range of respiratory viruses, including the respiratory syncytial virus, the SARS-CoV-19 one. The country's preparedness, prevention and response regimens are enough to defend against any new variants and any other pathogen. The department is actively engaging the WHO, the Ministerial Advisory Committee on COVID-19, and other local scientists and clinicians. Provincial departments have been requested to remain alert to increasing testing and to continue to offer vaccinations. And we do give and we continue when we have this topic to remind our citizens that anyone who has signs and symptoms of COVID-19, which is usually fever, cough, sore throat, loss of taste, and body aches, should test for the virus. Those who test positive for COVID-19 should, as we did before, self-isolate and seek immediate medical attention if their symptoms become worse. Anyone who tests positive using the self-test at home must request a confirmatory test of a PCR, which would then allow the isolated virus to be sequenced in the laboratory by the scientists and to know which variant is actually circulating. Anyone at high risk of a serious COVID-19, usually our senior citizens, any of age 60, anyone with compromised immune systems or underlying conditions, including lung disease, should consider wearing a face mask when in crowded public spaces. All those who are eligible for COVID-19 vaccine should fully vaccinate, including boosters. And the vaccines, by the way, are still very much available in our country, because even though COVID-19 has moved from being pandemic, we still have it circulating in our country in low proportions. Vaccine doses are available, and our citizens can pick and choose whether they would take the Pfizer or the J&J. Children under less than 12 years with a high risk immunocompromised condition are being vaccinated at a priority population at Sentinel referral pediatric sites. Health authorities have been cautioned to be aware of possible increases in numbers of people needing hospitalization. The public is urged to note scientific information from official public health sources and be cautious about information circulating by individuals and organizations with no scientific authority. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. The Honorable Kela.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for the response. Leicester Mense. Deputy Minister, what are the latest developments in monitoring the new COVID-19 variants and their potential impact on the public health system? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Like I've just talked about the EG5,
the Deputy Minister.
On the 17th of August this year, the WHO announced that a new detected variant, BA286, had been declared as a variant under monitoring, meaning that it has a potential to pose future health risks. By the 25th of August, only 9 cases had been reported in 5 countries: Denmark, Australia, United Kingdom, and South Africa. At the current moment, it is unknown whether this BA286 variant is associated with either early transmission or more severe disease. and it has not been declared a variant of interest or a variant of concern. Note that it has actually not been given a name because it is not really a variant that is on that category. However, we also give, therefore, an advice that I have indicated before that our citizens should be cautioned that we are not out of the woods as yet in terms of COVID-19, but it's just that it has actually moved from pandemic to endemicity in our country. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. The Honorable Swartz.
No, thank you, House Chair. Thanks to the Health Justice Initiative, the public now has access to COVID-19 vaccine contracts, the terms of some of which are deeply concerning. For example, we understand that the Pfizer contract contains none of the public interest measures contained in the UK-EU contracts, such as access to critical test data, but indemnities and government vaccine injury funds were required. South Africa paid a staggering 33% more than the African Union price for this vaccine. Additionally, large numbers of people are suffering from severe adverse reactions to the COVID vaccines, including unexpected deaths from heart attacks, myocarditis, strokes, pulmonary embolism, and thrombosis, to mention a few. Now that the contracts are public, will the Honourable Deputy Minister ensure transparency and accountability over the 14 billion rand spent, and particularly on the contractual terms and conditions? And what steps will be taken to ensure that the public is informed of and protected from serious adverse reactions and events to COVID-19 vaccines, including deaths, now and going forward? This after the Minister indicated 3,076 clinically significant adverse reactions. Thank you. Thank you, House Chair.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Time allowing, I'll pick and choose from the various questions that he posed in this platform, but maybe leaning on the one of serious adverse events. The starting point is that when you give any drug having been passed by an authority that is authorized to look into the safety and the efficacy of the drug, there will be adverse events and the side effects of that type of a drug, because everybody will be experiencing that medication for the first time. But advised by the scientists, you weigh the probabilities of the benefits versus not having that, to say, the probability was that the vaccination was more beneficial than not to vaccinate our members. And there has been a very clear plan that for anyone who actually gets a serious adverse event, not only just for COVID-19 vaccination, for any other medication that you are getting, either for the first time or as a recurrence, you need to actually contact your medical team, and they look after that, and they actually, so all those who have actually had serious adverse events have been taken through the processes, and that is being actually looked into, and we could finish the report of how far that has happened, how many of record now, I would not have that data of how many of our citizens did experience serious adverse events and what actually processes were taken through that. But all that is actually being taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. The Honorable Hecklen.
Thank you so much, House Chair. Deputy Minister, given that when the world was embarking on mass COVID vaccination campaigns, the South African Department of Health was missing in action until private healthcare stepped up to the plate, South Africa has developed a COVID vaccine hesitancy.
Order, honorable members.
Even today.
Order, honorable members. Allow a member to continue.
We were quiet when you spoke.
Honorable members.
We were quiet when you spoke.
Honorable Hecklen. Honorable Hecklen, can you take your seat, please? Honorable members, we are left with only a minute or two. And I was planning to give you very good accolades for your behavior, but you're emotion. Can you allow Honorable Hecklen to complete what she started, please? Have patience, only for a minute or two. Honorable Hecklen.
Thank you, House Chair. Even today, the National Department of Health is MIA when it comes to COVID vaccination programs. We would like to believe that this is because there is extensive research into possible side effects being experienced by some of the vaccinated populace. My question is there any research being done into this phenomenon? And if so, how has this affected vaccination protocols? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chair, if maybe I can just be assisted with the first part. I had the
Honourable
question.
members.
I lost the first part. Okay. Okay. Chairperson and honorable member, we have not done anything untoward scientifically when it comes to vaccination in the country like it is done in the world. Secondly, even though the department is led by a medical doctor, Dr. Joe Patla, we have taken it to ourselves to get advice. A ministerial advisory committee is made up of epidemiologists, virologists, bacteriologists, all those experts to say, what do we do in the event you have to deal with the pandemic? And actually, we know that we also benefited, all of us in the country, including Western Cape, from those specialists, some of them we don't have, who came from Cuba to support us in that. So we have no fear that what we have put in place is scientifically proven to be correct. And therefore, what we do, and every time the president makes announcements of this and that, it has been a record of a proven scientific information that has been found. So the medical team that has been behind all of us is there to actually support and lead. We don't, and two, I don't know whether the member is aware how many accolades we have received from the World Health Organization. What more would you need when the World Health Organization leading in the country, in the world, is saying, you have done well, we are happy with the strides, we are happy with your doctors who actually have done so much. So I don't know what more we can do to assist the member to understand that we have been given accolades by the World Health Organization, the way we have actually managed this pandemic, this COVID-19, and many more others because of the science and the scientists that are supporting us in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. The Honourable Sangwa. The Honourable MD Sangwa.
Angazi ukuthi wayelento yakabuthelezi excite. Vele nje sabakashenge nje vele.
Honourable Sangwa.
Mawuthanda me little buthelezi nje.
The Honourable Sangwa.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Dinangwe, I think we need to go back to the sense of urgency which we had when the pandemic started out. What seemingly has happened is as though we have forgotten. And from time to time, there's new information, new variants being pronounced from around the world. And there's got the risk of public anxiety and public concern. So the issue I'm raising with you, DM, is on the issue of continued public education on these new phenomena and what plans the department has working with the stakeholders to ensure that the public is continually updated and educated to understand the dynamics that may vary, considering the psychological tensions and anxieties the country went through at the peak and height of the pandemic, including but not limited to actually the lockdown. The question's in the statement. It's a higher grade question. So really, the question is fundamentally about public education as to whether what programs are in place and who you are working with, so that it's not as if.
Thank you very much, Honourable.
Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable Mashasha, thank you very much, Chairperson. Honourable Mashasha, that question arose a week ago and 2 weeks ago when this variant these ones that were detected. And there was consultation between our Ministerial Advisory Committee, the minister and the WHO to say this variant for now is a variant that is to be monitored. It has not even moved to a stage of being a variant of interest where everybody wakes up and look for it and where is it found. And as is far from being a variant of concern, should we or should we not then begin to talk to the public about it? Maybe not, but what we should then do is to say, South Africans, let us improve our level of vaccinations and of our boosters, because we are talking about COVID-19, which has not really gone out into the sea. It is still with us. It's just that it is not at the height it was 2 years ago. So we want to say to our South Africans, we want to vaccinate, boost. But if you have this symptom that I read, please get to the facility, even test, and if you do positive, we then isolate. So there was that debate, should we or should we not go public on a variant which has not really reached the level of being a variant of interest and a variant of concern. And the WHO advisor said, look, they are not really having any alarm anywhere in the world. So we are following that guide, and we then will do as wish. But we are monitoring the situation in the event there's a change of the situation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, the time allocated for questions has expired. Outstanding replies received will be printed in Hansard. Order. I request members to stand and wait for the chair and the maize to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day, and the House is adjourned.